Old Feng's cherished boots. How did they end up in your hands? What's your relationship with him? As far as I know, that guy treasures those cloud-stepping boots of his and wouldn't lend them to anyone. With these words, a colorful figure emerged from somewhere, standing under a giant flowering tree about 20 yards away from Han Li. He was of medium build, with small eyes, a face covered in black pockmarks, around 40 years old, and had 7 or 8 pockets of different sizes hanging from his body. However, his ugly face now showed astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the boots on Han Li's feet, seemingly unable to believe that these cloud-stepping boots were actually on Han Li's feet. "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" Han Li didn't answer the man's question, but rather asked bluntly. He didn't want to be led around by the nose and suppressed in momentum by the other party. The ugly man was first stunned, but then immediately became furious, his ugly face showing a fierce expression. He raised his hand, wanting to teach this young man a lesson, but then remembered something and forcibly restrained his violence, putting his hand down. But he still spoke viciously. "Kid, don't think that just because you're wearing Old Feng's spirit boots, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. When Old Feng gave you those boots, didn't he mention my name, Zhang Wu of the Ling Beast Mountain? But it's strange, you're clearly from the Yellow Maple Valley. How could he give you the boots? Are you Old Feng's illegitimate child? But you don't look like it at all." As the ugly man spoke, he cast a strange look at Han Li. This time, it was Han Li's turn to be annoyed. He snorted with an unpleasant expression and said coldly, "Sir, don't casually associate me with others. Old Feng is long dead, and these boots were taken from his corpse." "Dead, Madman Feng?" The ugly man, who had initially appeared fierce, suddenly jumped up in surprise, becoming uncertain. He involuntarily took a few steps back, re-evaluating Han Li. "Did you kill him?" The evil-looking man took a deep breath, his eyes rolling around, his voice hesitant. His expression no longer held the initial ferocity and brutality. "Yes, do you want to avenge him?" Han Li calmly folded his hands behind his back, silently watching the other party. But a strand of silk, secretly taken out from his storage bag, was already quietly wrapped around his ring finger. The reason he confessed to killing the man in front of him was mostly to assert his dominance, hoping that the man would back off and not provoke him further. He didn't want to end up in a situation where both parties were injured right after entering this area, delaying his herb-gathering plans. Although the man seemed to have some acquaintance with Old Feng from his tone, Han Li believed that the likelihood of him avenging Old Feng was not great. After all, cultivators themselves were mostly indifferent and selfish, especially thugs like the man in front of him. Of course, if the man insisted on avenging Old Feng, Han Li would have no choice but to strike first. He would exhaust his energy, use all his techniques, and then use the silk thread on his finger to silently wrap around the man's head, causing him to die without even realizing it. But Han Li was well aware that such a hasty ambush would not have a high chance of success. There was only a 30 to 40% chance of success. Revenge, joke, Do I look like that kind of boring person? Indeed, as Han Li expected, the situation unfolded just as he thought. The man laughed disdainfully, saying, I did have some acquaintance with him before, but it wasn't anything deep. Now that the person is dead, naturally our acquaintance is gone too. The ugly man shamelessly said, but his words clearly revealed his stance, showing no hint of embarrassment. Han Li remained silent. Although he did not lower his guard, he finally relaxed slightly. It seemed that he wouldn't have to engage in a fierce battle as soon as he entered this central area. However, little brother, you are quite fierce. Old Feng is not easy to deal with, especially with the several top-grade magic tools on him. Those are all rare treasures. The ugly man rubbed his nose and suddenly became enthusiastic towards Han Li, even changing his address. However, after asking a few seemingly casual questions, he involuntarily retreated a few steps, widening the distance between himself and Han Li even further. Seeing this scene, Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smile. In such a short time, he had managed to make the other person start feeling unsure. If they were to really engage in a fight, this would definitely be a significant flaw. However, the fact that the other party could kill Old Feng was indeed unexpected. But no matter how he looked at it, this person seemed extremely ordinary and didn't seem like someone with such abilities. Logically speaking, this guy was young, with shallow cultivation. Even if he had a few good magic tools, they wouldn't compare to Old Feng's Huang Luo umbrella, cloud-stepping boots, and other top-grade magic tools. Despite that, Old Feng still fell into the hands of this kid. There was something suspicious about it. But the cloud-stepping boots were indeed on this guy's feet, which was a fact. Could it be that the person wasn't killed by him, but he just happened to find his corpse, or there were other reasons? As he thought about it, his mind became somewhat confused, unable to make an accurate judgment of Han Li's strength. But he would never take the initiative to test it himself. Engaging in such risky behavior was not something a clever person like him would do. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't think clearly, unable to make an accurate judgment of Han Li's strength. But he knew he would never take the initiative to test it himself. Engaging in such risky behavior was not something a clever person like him would do. After much thought, the man showed a smug expression. This guy from the Yellow Maple Valley was indeed too young and too naive. With just a few words, he had already made him start feeling uncertain. If they really fought, this would definitely be a significant flaw. But he couldn't help but be surprised that this person could kill Old Feng. But no matter how he looked at it, this person seemed extremely ordinary and didn't seem like someone with such abilities. Logically speaking, this guy was young, with shallow cultivation. Even if he had a few good magic tools, they wouldn't compare to Old Feng's Huang Luo umbrella, cloud-stepping boots, and other top-grade magic tools. Despite that, Old Feng still fell into the hands of this kid. There was something suspicious about it. But the cloud-stepping boots were indeed on this guy's feet, which was a fact. Could it be that the person wasn't killed by him, but he just happened to find his corpse, or there were other reasons? As he thought about it, his mind became somewhat confused, unable to make an accurate judgment of Han Li's strength. But he would never take the initiative to test it himself. Engaging in such risky behavior was not something a clever person like him would do. After much thought, the man showed a smug expression. This guy from the Yellow Maple Valley was indeed too young and too naive. Despite this, he secretly admired Han Li's calm demeanor and keen insight. He was able to grasp the situation so quickly, which was truly admirable. After this incident, this Zhang Wu and Han Li seemed to have become much closer. They even chatted about some strange events in the cultivation world. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, it was truly unbelievable that they had almost fought to the death just a moment ago. It seemed that both of them were experts who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Although Han Li smiled and appeared to be enjoying the conversation, he couldn't help but inwardly sneer. Fine, let's chat, but why keep such a distance all the time? Whenever he took a step forward, the other party would graciously take 2 steps back. Although Han Li didn't have the intention to kill this person at the moment, the other party's cautiousness still made him bitter. You want to chat, let's chat, but why keep such a distance all the time? Whenever he took a step forward, the other party would graciously take 2 steps back. Although Han Li didn't have the intention to kill this person at the moment, the other party's cautiousness still made him bitter. However, Han Li wasn't in a hurry. Because the central zone of this forbidden area was vastly different from the outer regions. In the other areas outside the central zone, the spiritual herbs and rare fruits that grew within were mostly irregularly scattered, with traces of them potentially found in any corner of the area. Generally, it was a first-come, first-served situation, and those who obtained them would immediately retreat. So, conflicts over the outbreak of spiritual herbs in these areas were not common. Instead, there were more conflicts due to others' cleansing actions and some people's treasure-seeking killings, resulting in more casualties. But in the central zone, it was different. According to previous fortunate disciples who returned, the central zone covered a large area, almost occupying more than a third of the entire forbidden area, and was surrounded by stone walls. From the periphery of the 4 bronze gates, the entire area was divided into 3 outer layers, resembling the skin, flesh, and core of a normal fruit, with distinct layers, which was quite peculiar. The beautiful place where Han Li was now located was the outermost layer of the central zone. According to the information, the distance from here to the next layer was not great, probably only a little over a mile in width. Although the flowers, plants, and trees within this range were rare and precious, they were mostly for ornamental purposes rather than having practical effects on cultivators. Many disciples of the 7 sects speculated that this layer of the area was intentionally treated as a garden by the owner of the forbidden area, and the colorful flowers and plants were originally meant for the enjoyment of the owner. If one wanted to find something useful from it would be better to search in other areas of the forbidden area, which would be more reassuring. The truly useful top-grade spiritual herbs for cultivators were mainly found in the second layer of the central zone. Most of the disciples entering this area were aiming for this layer. Among them were the three main ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, which were their primary targets. Han Li was also determined to obtain these spiritual herbs. Speaking of this second layer area, Han Li was truly stunned after reading the relevant information for a while. Because this second layer was entirely a vast circular mountain range, perennially shrouded in dense mist. Within this mountain, there were natural spiritual places such as caves, valleys, cliffs, as well as artificial structures like stone houses and stone halls, where various spiritual herbs of heaven and earth grew. The information exchanged between the ugly man and Han Li mainly consisted of the distribution map of these spiritual herbs' locations. Because no one could guarantee that the existing information would definitely include the area they were in, the more distribution maps in this regard, the better, making it easier to find the right places to search for. However, the mist on this mountain was too dense and heavy. Cultivators who entered the mountain usually lost their way in the mist after only a few steps and could only grope forward slowly. Whether they could find their way out again depended entirely on their luck. But what was more troubling was that there were countless demonic beasts living on the mountain, ranging from lower-level ones like flame rats and wind chasers to top-level ones like golden python and ice-fire wolves, almost including all types of demonic beasts that the seven sects had heard of or not heard of. The weak ones among them could be dealt with by a few cultivators of the 6th or 7th level of cultivation without any problem. However, if they encountered high-level top-tier ones, even elite disciples of the 7 sects would only have to flee in embarrassment. But fortunately, the last type of demonic beast was rare on this mountain, and most of them had become guardian beasts, specifically guarding certain spiritual herbs, and were not easily encountered outside. Therefore, the majority of formidable demonic beasts were mostly at the upper level. However, when several elite disciples joined forces, they could easily deal with them. Of course, if encountered alone, a bloody battle was inevitable. Whether it was the mist on the mountain or the demonic beasts lurking in the mountain, if one encountered either of them alone, these proud and arrogant elite disciples might still be able to try their luck and sneak into the mountain to collect herbs. But now that both were encountered together, these disciples could only look at each other. In this situation, entering the mountain was definitely a one-way trip. Therefore, the first few batches of disciples who entered the forbidden area only collected ordinary spiritual herbs outside the central zone and never entered the circular mountain. However, after several attempts, a disciple from the Concealed Moon sect used all his wits to refine a treasure called the Moonlight Pearl. This object couldn't attack or defend, but its only function was to emit a strange light that could counteract various mists and poisons, specially prepared for this trip to the forbidden area. Indeed, the Concealed Moon sect disciples who obtained this treasure shone brightly on their next trip to the forbidden area. They cleared most of the mist, except for a few remaining sects, and returned from the circular mountain. With this harvest, they refined a large number of foundation establishment pills, recruited disciples widely, and made their sect's strength soar, thus establishing the concealed moon sect's position as the #1 cultivation sect in the country. However, as the saying goes, there is no secret that can't be leaked. The news of the concealed moon sect's great gains in the forbidden area spread. Not long after, the other 6 sects, unwilling to let them monopolize the resources, came knocking on their door. Reluctant to offend everyone, but unwilling to give up the treasure, the concealed moon sect, after some bargaining with the other 6 sects, finally handed over the pearl, making it a shared possession of the 7 sects. Then this treasure was handed over to each sect in turn. Every time they entered the forbidden area, the sect that originally possessed the treasure had to hand it over, and another sect would take over its custody. But regardless of which sect held the treasure, when disciples of that sect entered the forbidden area, they had to use the treasure within a predetermined time under the supervision of disciples from other sects, and they must not deliberately seize the opportunity to dispel the mist ahead of time or delay. This way, all disciples who arrived at the central zone in time could enter the circular mountain at the same time, which seemed extremely fair. This condition seemed to have cost the concealed moon sect a lot, as they had to abandon the dream of monopolizing the resources of the forbidden area. However, in fact, it also saved them from the disaster of extinction and left them with the opportunity to gradually become stronger. Today, the concealed moon sect has become the leader among the 7 sects, and its strength is unfathomable. Without the other sects joining forces, it would be impossible to compete with them. And Han Li was not anxious, because he and the ugly man in front of him had been calmly dealing with each other for quite some time, both in words and in heart, for this reason. The 7 sects had already agreed on the time to dispel the mist before they entered. It would be early morning on the 3rd day. Han Li had been rushing to the central zone without rest before, fearing that he might be ambushed again on the way and delay entering the mountain. Now that he was already in the central zone, he no longer needed to be anxious. Even if he was going to the 2nd layer now, it would just be staring blankly at the mist there. As for the 3rd layer at the center of the forbidden area, it was even more mysterious. Just standing at the top of the circular mountain, one could clearly see a towering giant tower standing at the center of a large area surrounded by the 2nd layer, with a dense green forest surrounding the tower, making it impassable. This was the so-called 3rd layer, the core of the forbidden area. Upon hearing the description of this giant tower from disciples of their own sect, the experts of the 7 sects immediately knew that this was the original residence of the owner of the forbidden area, and were extremely eager for what was inside the tower. However, at the boundary between the 2nd and 3rd layers, there was an unknown powerful restriction still in operation, blocking all disciples attempting to break into the tower from the outside. This restriction was not something that mere chi condensation stage disciples could break through, but foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't enter the forbidden area. So what exactly was inside this tower remained a mystery to this day. Hanley had no interest in the giant tower on the third layer at all. For him, being able to find enough heavenly and earthly spiritual herbs in the second layer and then leave safely would be a blessing. After patiently dealing with the ugly man in front of him for a quarter of an hour, Hanley finally shook off the man's entanglement and disappeared into the vegetation on the side. As he disappeared, he glanced back at the ugly man, who was still lazily lingering in place, showing no intention of leaving. It seemed that these experts wouldn't stop until they got rid of the other disciples who wanted to fish in troubled waters. I reckon the other 3 sects must also have people doing the same thing. As Hanley pondered, he searched around for something far from the bronze gate. Under a towering tree, Hanley found an inconspicuous tree hole, which pleased him. After slipping in, he did some protective measures at the entrance of the cave and then fell asleep without thinking about anything else. Hanley needed a good rest, as who knew what would happen tomorrow when they broke through the mist on the circular mountain. He needed to restore his peak state before taking any further action. But he believed that tomorrow, when he stood in front of the circular mountain and waited for the disciples of various sects to dispel the mist, there wouldn't be many left. And each of them wouldn't necessarily be more difficult to deal with than that Feng Yue. This nap, Hanley slept soundly. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that he slowly woke up. The most important day of the Forbidden Area trip had finally arrived. After waking up, Hanley didn't immediately leave the tree cave, but instead sat cross-legged. The spiritual power in his body surged, and his mana recovered to its peak before entering the forbidden area. The feeling of soreness and fatigue had disappeared without a trace, replaced by extreme vigor. After inspecting the talismans and magical tools in his storage pouch, Hanley made final preparations. He had never bothered to look closely at the storage pouches he obtained from the goatee and his accomplices before. But now, he naturally had to go through them to see if there were any useful magical tools. To be honest, whether it was the storage pouches of the goatee duo or the ones they looted, the scarcity and low grade of the magical tools inside left Hanley speechless. In a total of 5 storage pouches, there were a total of 23 magical items, including 5 low-grade magical items, 7 medium-grade magical items, and 11 high-grade magical items. One of the storage pouches contained only 2 low-grade magical items and 2 medium-grade magical items, with no high-grade magical items at all. This discovery puzzled Hanley for a long time, leaving him deeply impressed. The wealth disparity between ordinary disciples and elite disciples was truly vast. With so many storage pouches, not even a top-grade magical item was found. No wonder the goatee was completely helpless after being trapped by his earth prison technique that day, and could only watch as he was beaten to death by Han Li using the golden brick. Han Li couldn't help but marvel at the scarcity of top-grade magical items among ordinary disciples, feeling helpless at the sight of it. No wonder, when many disciples saw the prospect of obtaining high-grade magical items in the Huangfeng Valley meeting hall that day, they were so excited. It seems that the Huangfeng Valley, to its miscellaneous disciple like him, is already doing quite well. After all, they can still afford to use dozens of high-grade magical items to boost their morale. In fact, Han Li misunderstood this matter. Even the elite disciples dispatched by various sects to the Forbidden Area had extremely few top-grade magical items. People like Duo Bao Nu, who had top-grade magical items all over their bodies, were also few and far between among elite disciples, and most of them were people with extraordinary backgrounds. Ordinary elite disciples were far inferior. Han Li, who possessed 3 or 4 top-grade magical items, was enough to make the so-called elite disciples drool. After all, before reaching the foundation establishment stage, besides talisman treasures, the power of top-grade magical items was relied upon in the most intense battles. Every additional top-grade magical item could completely rejuvenate one's strength. When Han Li was in the Huangfeng Valley, he had little contact with other senior brothers and sisters, so he only had a partial understanding of the affairs of the cultivation world. He even subconsciously thought that all elite disciples had a lot of top-grade magical items. No wonder, because every opponent he encountered since his battle with senior brother Lu had top-grade magical items. It made him have the illusion that top-grade magical items were not rare at all, leading to such a misunderstanding. Now that he understands the scarcity of magical items among ordinary disciples, Han Li still doesn't fully understand the value of top-grade magical items. For Han Li, is this a blessing or a curse? Han Li naturally ignored the low and medium-grade magical items and only tried out the high-grade magical items one by one, finally selecting the 3 most powerful and practical ones as backup magical items. A blue flying knife, a golden clapper, and an emerald pot. These were the things Han Li chose. The flying knife and golden clapper were purely offensive magical items with nothing special to mention. But the emerald pot was relatively rare, actually an auxiliary magical item. From the pot, a green mist could be sprayed out, surrounding the enemy and causing them to die from poisoning. At first glance, the effect of this pot seemed good, but it was actually a type of flawed magical item. Because all 5-element shields could block the poisonous mist, it was impossible for cultivators to be truly poisoned. If Han Li hadn't thought that the green poison mist could temporarily blind the enemy's eyes and cause some trouble with their vision, he might not have chosen this magical item. After organizing everything on his body, Han Li estimated the time and quietly slipped out of the tree cave, then set off in the designated direction, slowly making his way. It was absolutely impossible to fly directly into the circular mountain after dispersing the fog. he would attract the attention of countless flying beasts and be besieged to death. However, over the years, there were indeed several safe paths to enter the circular mountain. Han Li headed straight for the nearest passage. The entrance to the passage was not far away, and Han Li arrived at the location described in the information after a while. As he hid behind a large tree, looking at the vast expanse of dense fog in front of him, Han Li was truly shocked. The white mist covered almost everything, making it nearly impossible to see. Not to mention seeing the entrance to the circular mountain, even the area within a yard of the dense fog was completely obscured from Han Li's view. No wonder, without the moon-sun treasure orb before, hardly anyone dared to come up this mountain. Just thinking about being constantly attacked by various beasts that appeared and disappeared in the fog, Han Li was speechless for a long time. The fog was still so thick. It seemed that the disciples of the Tiank Hall who wielded the treasure orb had not yet started dispelling it. Han Li thought to himself as he stood behind the tree, silently waiting. In the area where Han Li was located, facing the dense fog, there were wild trees and weeds everywhere, concealing more than a dozen people without any problem. Although Han Li didn't find anyone around him, he knew there must be others present, as there were only a few paths to enter the mountain. But now that they were about to enter the mountain, no one cared about his arrival. Time passed, with each moment ticking away. After waiting patiently for 3 or 4 hours, Han Li suddenly felt a tremendous spiritual power coming from the southwest, followed by a towering white column of light shooting into the sky from a distant place. In the sky above the vast sea of fog, it condensed into a huge ball of light. Although the ball of light was formed, the column of light showed no signs of stopping, continuously injecting energy into it. As a result, the ball of light grew larger and brighter, eventually becoming as dazzling as a newly risen sun, making it impossible for people to look at it directly. After a moment, the column of light suddenly disappeared, leaving only the huge ball of light floating in the sky. However, the lifespan of the ball of light was pitifully short, and in the blink of an eye it began to distort and deform, its surface bulging and sinking like dough. This scene stunned Han Li, his mouth gaping open in shock, forgetting to close it. With a deafening roar, the giant ball of light finally burst in the sky, turning into countless fist-sized, beautiful light spots that fell down like a gorgeous rain of light, sprinkling over the vast fog below, like a splendid light rain. Every white light spot that fell into the fog immediately made the nearby thick fog come alive like a dragon, desperately squeezing toward the center of the light spot. But upon contact, the fog would be immediately dissipated by the light spot, although the light spot would also dim a bit. After more light spots made contact with the fog, the entire foggy area became extraordinarily turbulent, with all the mist constantly churning and boiling. It was as if a giant beast was struggling in its final fight. Han Li stared blankly at everything without blinking, witnessing the true power of advanced magical treasures for the first time. Amidst his shock, He felt envy and longing deep in his heart. After a fierce battle with the light spots, the dense fog finally began to thin out gradually. The towering and dangerous outline of the circular mountain appeared in front of Han Li and the others for the first time. So tall. This was the amazed exclamation of everyone who saw the circular mountain clearly, and Han Li was no exception as he stood among them. The segment of the circular mountain in front of Han Li was indeed frighteningly tall. Looking up, the mountain soared thousands of feet high, its peak shrouded in clouds and invisible, with strange rocks and cliffs visible everywhere on the mountain's surface, and all sorts of towering trees that several people couldn't hug dotted the entire mountain. What was even more terrifying was that on both sides of the mountain, continuous and endless dangerous terrain led all the way into the distance, with no end in sight. Only the ridge facing Han Li and the others was relatively gentle, far less steep than the other directions, indicating that this was the so-called path up the mountain. At this moment, faint roars of demonic beasts could be heard coming from within the mountain, their voices fierce and eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. Han Li was in a daze. Whoosh! With a sound, a yellow figure shot out from the grass in front of Han Li like an arrow and darted into the dark mountain, disappearing without a trace. This action seemed to trigger the nerves of all the lurking people, and several people immediately jumped out and rushed towards the front. However, when they were about to enter the mountain forest, they slightly distanced themselves from each other and stealthily entered the circular mountain from different places. Han Li didn't come out. He planned to observe what others would do, and whether they would choose the same path to enter the mountain as him. In no time, a blue-clothed youth with a cold expression, an old Taoist with white hair, and a charming young woman in green clothes walked out successively. They tacitly chose different locations and entered the mountain forest ahead. Han Li waited for nearly a quarter of an hour, but seeing no one else appear, he finally tidied up his belongings and, imitating the previous few individuals, quietly entered a direction where no one had gone before. Little did Han Li know that shortly after he entered, the unsightly man he had seen yesterday, Zhang Wu, appeared at the entrance of the passage. He looked at the dark path leading up the mountain and sneered a few times before releasing dozens of yellow dots from his body into the mountain forest. Then, he followed along without haste. Outside the forbidden area, at the entrance to the broken restriction, the people from the 7 major sects looked worriedly towards the direction of the forbidden area, including Han Li's senior, Li Master. It's just that it's unclear whether he was worried about his own disciples completing the task or more concerned about his own bet. The situation of the Taoist from Kingsu Valley wasn't any better. Ever since the old eccentric from Concealed Moon sect intervened in the bet, this Taoist had lost the confidence he had when he first made the bet and appeared somewhat indecisive. This was understandable since obtaining the bloodline Jiao core was not easy. It almost depleted his entire fortune. If he were to lose it easily to someone else, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would probably lose sleep for several years. The Taoist sneakily glanced at the only person in the crowd who appeared calm, the leading woman from Concealed Moon's sect, Fairy Nishang. As the only woman among the nascent soul experts of the 7 major sects, since the disciples of the 7 sects entered the forbidden area, she had never shown the slightest hint of worry. She had been chatting and laughing with others all along, seemingly full of confidence in the disciples sent by Concealed Moon sect, not even bothering to worry about it. The more the Taoist looked at her smiling face, the more worried he became. Coupled with the old eccentric's confident demeanor when making the bet, he felt as if his bloodline Jiao core had already flown out of his pocket and into someone else's bag. As he thought about it, the worry on his face became heavier. People who didn't know might think he was worried about his own disciples in the forbidden area. After a while, the Taoist couldn't bear it any longer. When no one was paying attention, he quietly approached Li Master, who was standing in another place with a worried look on his face, and asked, "Master Li, the disciples sent by your Yellow Maple Valley this time should be quite capable. If our 2 sects really lose to that old eccentric from Concealed Moon sect, I'll be worried about it. I still have some confidence in the disciples from Kingsu sect entering the forbidden area." "What do you mean? Do you look down on our Yellow Maple Valley?" Li Master's face turned unpleasant when he heard this. "Ha ha, of course not. I just find it a bit strange that Concealed Moon sect's disciples seem to be so confident. I'm just a bit concerned." The Taoist chuckled and explained with a forced smile. "That makes sense. I've also noticed something amiss. In the past few times, has Concealed Moon sect ever sent such young disciples, and in pairs of men and women at that? Do they think the trip to the forbidden area is child's play?" Li Master said with a serious face, indicating that he was also quite concerned about the bet. The Taoist nodded repeatedly at Li Master's words, showing that he strongly agreed with them. "But rest assured, even if you have doubts, I'm confident in our sect's disciples. Their strength should not be inferior to your sect's disciples." Li Master glanced meaningfully at the Taoist and said slowly, his voice filled with confidence, "He, Master Li's words put my mind at ease. I won't bother you anymore." The Taoist got the answer he wanted and instantly relaxed. Then he smiled and bid farewell before leaving. He returned to his original place to meditate and wait quietly for the results to come out in a few days. After watching the Taoist leave, Li Master suddenly snorted and muttered to himself with a voice only he could hear. "Fu Yunzi, what are you scheming? Don't think I don't know. You're hopping that our 2 sects will join forces to surpass Concealed Moon sect, and then Kingsu sect will further suppress our Yellow Maple Valley. He. Although I don't know what outstanding disciples Kingsu sect has sent into the forbidden area, this time, our valley has dispatched all of the top 3 nascent soul experts. Otherwise, do you think I would make this bet with you?" As Li Master spoke, a cunning look appeared on his face, and the previous worry was nowhere to be seen. It was clear that he was also a hidden old fox. Han Li naturally had no idea about the scheming between the 2 nascent soul cultivators outside the forbidden area. this moment, he was being blocked by a brown, giant wild boar on his way. This wild boar, except for its skin color and exceptionally large size, reaching several dozen feet, was the same as an ordinary wild boar in other aspects. However, as soon as Han Li saw this beast, he immediately recognized it as one of the most common lower-tier demon beasts on the circular mountain, the pushing mountain beast. This demon beast, aside from its tough skin and great strength, only had a natural stone skin technique and extremely low intelligence, making it easy to deal with. At this moment, after snorting a few coarse breaths from its nose, the pushing mountain beast flashed with yellow light, and its whole body was covered in a layer of white rock-like armor. Then, it charged towards Han Li aggressively. Han Li remained calm and waited for the beast's charge. Only when it was 7 or 8 zhang away from him did he wave his right hand. Then, with a flicker, he appeared behind the demon beast. The gigantic body of the pushing mountain beast continued to charge forward for 3 or 4 zhang from where Han Li had been standing before it suddenly split neatly in half from its snout to its tail. Its colorful organs spilled all over the ground. It had been completely cut open by Han Li's invisible silk threads. Han Li retracted the invisible threads, looked at the dead, pushing mountain beast, shook his head lightly, and immediately jumped onto a tree to leave the area. Because he knew that the bloody smell of this demon beast's corpse would soon attract a large number of other sensitive demon beasts, it was better to slip away as soon as possible. Han Li had been in the dense forest of the circular mountain for several hours. Yet, in such a short time, he had encountered 4 demon beasts. 3 of them were lower-tier beasts, which Han Li easily killed without hesitation. However, the mid-tier feathered peacock posed a bit of a headache with its colorful long feathers that could detach from its body and autonom. Owsley attack and defend. Fortunately, although it was a bird, its speed wasn't fast. So later on, Han Li simply used his body movement technique to shake it off and avoid an unnecessary fight. Now, as he leaped from tree to tree, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Now he finally understood how numerous the demon beasts on the circular mountain were. Currently, he was only on the periphery, encountering mostly lower-tier demon beasts, which were easy to deal with. But after a while, when he delved deeper into the heart of the circular mountain, he was afraid that mid-tier and high-tier demon beasts would appear in droves. By then, apart from fleeing in panic, Han Li couldn't think of any other way to escape. No wonder there was so little information about the hiding places of the spirit medicines in the data. Perhaps the disciples who had entered this mountain in the past had spent most of their energy avoiding these demon beasts, and the remaining time could only be used to explore a few places. This still couldn't guarantee a harvest every time. It seems that my hope of collecting enough spirit medicines is not very high, Han Li thought to himself with frustration. The direction Han Li was rushing towards now was a hidden cave where purple monkey flowers were often found. According to the information, this place shouldn't hold much value. Because the cave had been picked once over 100 years ago, and now it probably only contained immature seedlings that were far from mature and unusable for medicinal purposes. Young seedlings. Hanley chuckled when he thought of this. What Hanley needed was precisely these seedlings that others wouldn't touch. The reason he risked entering the forbidden area and was so confident he could snatch the heaven and earth spirit medicines among so many experts was mainly because he initially set his sights on the immature spirit medicine seedlings. Only in this way could he try to avoid conflicts with disciples from other sects as much as possible and perhaps visit several more locations to collect seemingly useless items in others' eyes. Once he collected these spirit medicine seedlings and brought them back, he could use the mysterious green bottle of green night to stimulate their growth. In this way, they would be no different from directly harvesting mature spirit medicines. Although, according to what Master Ma said, these seedlings could only be preserved outside the forbidden area for a year or two at most. However, this time was enough to mature them several times over. After all, as the main ingredient for foundation establishment pills, they didn't need many years. 400 or 500 years would be enough. The only trouble now was whether the remaining 3 days would be enough for him to collect a sufficient number of spirit medicines. Because these places with spirit medicine seedlings were scattered all over the mountain, coupled with the possible obstruction from those demon beasts and potential conflicts with disciples from other sects, Hanley had no confidence in his heart. After 2 hours, Hanley stood on a black boulder about half a person high, gazing at the cave entrance not far away. "Is this the cave?" he muttered to himself. "It doesn't look particularly special," Hanley remarked, observing the surroundings carefully before approaching the cave entrance. Although time was tight, he couldn't afford to be reckless and put himself in danger. The secret cave described in the information appeared inconspicuous from the outside. Similar to several wild mountain caves Hanley had encountered on the way, with nothing eye-catching about it. He couldn't help but admire how the person who discovered it initially managed to find it. After a cup of tea's time, Hanley made sure that there were no demonic beasts or ambushes nearby before cautiously approaching the cave entrance. The cave entrance was entirely natural, made of light blue mountain rocks with no traces of artificial drilling. After Hanley entered the cave, he glanced at the cave walls on both sides and concluded that there were no signs of human activity. Then Hanley's figure flashed, and he stealthily disappeared into the cave. However, after just a dozen steps, Hanley stopped again because the area ahead had become pitch black after passing a couple of corners. Furrowing his brows, Hanley reached into his storage bag and retrieved a moonstone the size of an egg. As soon as the moonstone appeared, its soft white light illuminated the surroundings clearly, forcing Hanley to shake his head helplessly. His original intention was to silently infiltrate the depths of the cave to see if there were any demonic beasts lurking there. If there were, he planned to quietly deal a fatal blow to save himself the trouble. But now that the moonstone had appeared, he had become an obvious target, making it impossible to ambush. With one hand lightly supporting the white misty moonstone, Han Li hesitated for a moment before using his other hand to cast an earth attribute shield on himself. Only then did he continue forward cautiously, one step at a time. The cave was very narrow and long. After walking for half an hour, Han Li still hadn't seen any signs of reaching the end. This made him start to doubt whether he had come to the right place, fearing that he might have stumbled upon the lair of some top-tier demonic beast. Fortunately, after walking dozens of yards further and turning a big corner, his worries were finally dispelled. Because from that corner, several faint white lights could be seen, indicating that the target was right in front of him. Seeing this, Han Li felt relieved and quickly put away the moonstone in his hand, silently sneaking towards the direction of the light. Since there was already light here, and it was located at a corner, it seemed that his original plan could still be carried out. When the cautious Han Li cautiously peeked around the corner, the scene in front of him initially brought him joy, but then he couldn't help but feel bitter. In front of him was indeed the end of the cave, a spacious, natural stone hall with many sparkling stalactites, and several light blue flowers with 3 or 4 leaves, each growing on a small purple stone wall in the farthest corner. These small flowers were the size of an inch, and their petals curled strangely in the same direction, forming a unique shape resembling several funny little monkeys hanging there, truly astonishing. There's no need to ask. These must be purple monkey flowers, Han Li thought with excitement upon seeing the flowers. But when his gaze turned to the ground below the purple stone wall, Han Li's expression turned bitter. There, a giant centipede several feet long was lurking. Seeing its shiny black carapace and long antennae, Han Li's heart was filled with fear before he even made a move. Although Han Li had never killed a poisonous, insect-like demonic beast, he had heard a lot about their notorious reputation. According to others, demonic beasts like poisonous insects were much more troublesome than beasts and birds of the same rank, and most of them had some obscure and highly lethal poison techniques. They could easily inflict fatal poison on people, so unless necessary, it was best to avoid provoking such demonic beasts. The giant centipede in front of him was so large that it was at least of medium rank, and it was not impossible that it was of upper rank. With this in mind, how could Han Li not feel a chill down his spine, his teeth chattering for a long time? Now is not the time for him to provoke the other party. But this giant centipede demon has become the guardian of these purple monkey flowers. If he doesn't deal with this giant venomous insect, dreaming of picking the spiritual medicine on the stone wall is pure fantasy. Han Li suppressed his breath and slowly retracted his head. Trying to make his movements as slow as possible, he didn't want to wake up the seemingly still sleeping giant centipede. He leaned against the stone wall, furrowing his brows slightly, and pondered the best way to deal with this demonic beast. Relying solely on the power of several top-grade magic weapons to brute force it wasn't impossible, but just raising the golden light brick magical talisman, he was confident that he could flatten the demonic beast with one blow. However, after this fight, his spiritual power would probably be greatly depleted, and he wouldn't be able to maintain his best condition. There are still dangers ahead. The dangers he faces will definitely increase, and because he needs to hurry, he can't afford to spend half a day sitting down to recover his spiritual power. Therefore, Han Li was not willing to exchange this victory for a large consumption of spiritual power. After thinking for a while, Han Li's eyes lit up, and he came up with a good idea. Before taking action, he cautiously peeked at the giant centipede. Seeing that it was still motionless in place, he felt relieved. Then Han Li smiled slightly and disappeared into the darkness of the passage. After a short while, Han Li returned with a smile on his face. This time, he no longer had the shield on his body, and he didn't act sneakily. Instead, he swaggered directly into the hall where the giant centipede was staying. With such a commotion, if the giant centipede hadn't noticed yet, it would probably be a stupid beast rather than a demonic beast. So this 12-foot-long giant worm immediately raised its head alertly at Han Li, waving its two long antennae vigorously and making a strange hissing sound, which was quite frightening. Han Li didn't say anything either. With a wave of his hand, several small fireballs flew out extremely quickly, hitting the head of the demonic beast precisely and producing a series of explosions. After the flames dissipated, Han Li clearly saw that although the head of the demonic beast hit by the fireball was still shiny black, there was no trace of damage on its shell, which left him speechless. It seems that what some people said was right. These poisonous insect-like demonic beasts are indeed very troublesome. Although the giant centipede was not injured, it was completely enraged by Han Li's provocation. It split its sharp fangs apart, and a red poisonous mist sprayed out from its mouth, surging towards Han Li aggressively, as if it intended to engulf Han Li in poison. Naturally, Han Li wouldn't stupidly stand still and let these obviously highly toxic substances touch him. Without the shield burdening him, he immediately flew backward at a speed slightly faster than the poisonous mist, then turned around and ran wildly in the direction he came from, as if he were fleeing in fear of the poisonous mist. The giant centipede naturally refused to let Han Li go easily. Its countless legs moved rapidly left and right, and its body rushed out of the hall like the wind, with a speed no less than that of Han Li, who was running frantically. This surprised Han Li, who turned his head back and saw the scene, and he hurriedly increased his speed a few more steps, barely managing to put some distance between himself and the centipede, disappearing into the passage. The giant centipede let out a low, hissing cry and chased after him without hesitation. This passage had been traversed countless times by the demonic beast, so it was much more familiar with it than Han Li. Therefore, in no time, it caught up and clearly saw Han Li's back. The giant centipede rejoiced, and its legs and arms moved even faster, chasing after Han Li fiercely. Just then, Han Li suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile on his face, looking at the demonic beast as if he had given up the idea of escaping. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the giant centipede rushed to a place only 3 or 4 zhang away from Han Li. It was about to joyfully tear the little man in front of it to pieces with its fangs, but suddenly it felt a severe pain in its abdomen. Its body paused for a moment before it began to roll on the ground in agony, and a large amount of black poisonous blood gushed out from under its body, staining the ground. It turned out that at some unknown time, the weakest part of the giant centipede's abdomen had been neatly cut open by extremely sharp blades, causing fatal damage to the demonic beast and leaving it in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Han Li, standing on the side, naturally wouldn't miss the chance to kick a man when he's down. With a wave of his hand, a circular golden light and a blue flying knife flew out, directly cutting off the giant centipede's 2 long antennae. With a bang, 2 top-grade magical treasures only left 2 small nicks on the tentacles before bouncing off crisply, leaving Han Li astonished for a moment. So hard, it's almost comparable to the quality of mid-grade magical treasures. Han Li muttered to himself, feeling lucky. If he hadn't used some tricks, dealing with this giant centipede would have been quite troublesome. Seeing that the flying knife and golden bowl didn't work well, Han Li casually retrieved them. However, although this insect had suffered fatal injuries, its vitality was too strong, still rolling around ceaselessly. It seemed that it wouldn't die any time soon. So Han Li frowned and without hesitation displayed his body movement technique, swiftly flashing past the monster's head without further concern for its life or death, and directly returned to the stone hall through the cave passage. In the stone hall, the several green-purple monkey flowers were still sitting there unharmed, which delighted Han Li. He took out several jade boxes of the same size from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. Then, he carefully used the flying knife to cut off the purple monkey flowers along with the small pieces of purple stone under their roots. He then flew the flowers back to his hand with the flying knife and carefully sealed them in the jade boxes. After all the spiritual herbs were harvested and properly stored by Han Li, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Stretching lazily, he casually scanned the stone hall again, ensuring that nothing had been missed before calmly leaving the place. As Han Li passed by the place where the giant centipede was heavily injured, the monster was already lying motionless on the ground, completely dead. The large pool of black poisonous blood flowing from its body gave off a disgusting smell, making Han Li feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. Han Li was alarmed, knowing that the poisonous blood had spread into the air. So he quickly took some clearing spirit powder to relieve the discomfort. Stopping about 7 or 8 zhang away from the centipede's corpse, Han Li then stopped and released the flying knife, stabbing the body several times to ensure it was truly dead, before feeling relieved and continuing on his way. But just as he took a few steps, Han Li suddenly stopped and bent down to pull out a black short blade from the ground. With 2 fingers, he gently wiped the black mud from the blade, causing it to shine brightly. It turned out to be a sub-blade of the golden scorpion mother blade. During the time he disappeared, Han Li had planted all 8 sub-blades of the golden scorpion mother blade in the passage, lining them up in a row along the cave and exposing the extremely sharp blade tips on the ground. Because he was afraid that the gleam of the golden blades would be too bright and be discovered by the monster, Han Li even used black mud to cover the blade tips, blending them with the dark cave. This way, they would be difficult to detect by the monster. So when the giant centipede approached the ground closely and chased Han Li to this part of the cave, it was caught off guard by the inverted gold blades and had its abdomen opened, resulting in its death. It was pitiful for it, as an upper-level poisonous insect monster, to be ambushed by Han Li without even being able to unleash its powerful poison techniques. Although Han Li didn't know that the centipede he killed was an upper-level monster, he knew that even if it wasn't, it was definitely among the top-level, mid-level monsters. So he was quite satisfied with easily dealing with the poisonous insect. Now that he had taken 7 or 8 steps and retrieved all the gold blades, Han Li wiped them clean and put them away. Then he was about to leave, but after glancing at the centipede's corpse, he hesitated for a moment and decided to approach it. When he reached the corpse of the centipede, Han Li didn't hesitate to use the golden blade in his hand to stab its head, back, and tail. He found that the back shell was the hardest to pierce, requiring more force to cut through. Seeing this, Han Li no longer hesitated. He immediately released all 8 sub-blades of the golden scorpion mother blade, and with great effort, began cutting off pieces of the centipede's back shell. Before long, several pieces of shell the size of a few feet were cut off by Han Li and carefully stored in his storage bag. These things could withstand a full blow from a top-grade magical treasure and were rare treasures. If made into a simple armor, it would definitely be very useful for him. In fact, Han Li wanted to cut off all the shells of the centipede and take them away. But doing so would take too much time, and time was extremely scarce for him now. Therefore, Han Li could only leave with some regret and immediately rush to the next predetermined herb-gathering spot, where there should also be some immature heavenly spirit fruits. As Han Li hurriedly collected various immature spiritual herbs according to his plan, several other well-known places where spiritual herbs matured erupted into a fierce conflict among elite disciples. After all, there were only a few places where the maturation of spiritual herbs could be accurately predicted, and it was inevitable that the experts of various sects would clash. In a secluded valley to the southeast of Han Li's location, 3 people were deadlocked over 2 purple monkey flowers that Han Li had just obtained. These 2 purple flowers were no longer light blue, but extremely bright purple, emitting a strong fragrance. In front of these 2 purple flowers, there was a strange deer with a fiery red horn lying in a pool of blood, already dead for some time. Not far from the monster's corpse, 3 people stood in a triangular position, dressed in different clothes, but none of them made a move. It seemed that they were all wary of each other. "What do you 2 intend to do?" "I killed this fiery horned deer alone, so the spiritual herbs should belong to me." Finally, one person, full of anger, spoke up. The speaker was a young man in his 20s wearing a blue shirt. He had a handsome face and a slender figure. He held a green flying fork in one hand and a yellow bead in the other, both radiating spiritual light, obviously top-grade magical treasures. No wonder this person could kill the seemingly extraordinary upper-level monster alone. Brother, I didn't expect to meet again this year. We are truly destined. The one who spoke this time was an ordinary-looking old man in a green shirt. He seemed gentle and kind, but he completely ignored the young man's questioning and instead struck up a conversation with another middle-aged Taoist. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. This year, I met Lee again. The Taoist, with a sheathed sword on his back, said calmly, also not bothering to look at the young man. The young man from Tiank Castle was furious. With outstanding talent, distinguished family background, and a handsome appearance, he was always the center of attention wherever he went. But now, he was humiliated by these two guys. How could he not feel hatred? However, before he could say anything more, the conversation between the old man and the Taoist immediately changed his complexion, making him panic. Let's not dwell on the past. Now there are two spiritual herbs here, and you and I can split them evenly, one for each person. What do you think? The old man didn't waste any words and directly invited the Taoist from Kinksu Valley to join forces to divide the spiritual herbs. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged Taoist nodded and agreed, all right, our strengths are similar. Fighting would only result in mutual harm. Let's do it this way. I have no objections. The young man heard the conversation between the two clearly, and his face changed drastically, feeling both shocked and angry. The two of them joining forces, although he was confident in the power of his magical treasures, he knew he was not their opponent. But giving up the spiritual herbs that were about to fall into his hands, he was unwilling. After a moment of hurried thinking, the young man suddenly shot backward, heading straight for the two spiritual herbs. He intended to grab the herbs and flee immediately. You're seeking death. As soon as the young man moved, the old man's face sank, and he threw his crutch out, turning it into a green light that flew straight toward the young man. The speed of this crutch-turned light was so fast that it flashed and arrived in front of the young man before he could react, blocking his way. The young man was shocked. What kind of magical treasure was this, and why was it so fast? But now that it had come to this, he had no time to think. He raised his hand, and the green flying fork in his hand met the green light. Although he continued to move forward without stopping, it was clear that he wouldn't give up unless he obtained the spiritual herbs. Young friend, it's too late. It's best to leave quickly and not force me to resort to extreme measures today. Before the young man had taken 2 steps, the Taoist's calm voice came from behind him, as if he were right next to him, startling the young man to the core. Pale-faced, the young man turned his head and saw that the Taoist was only a zhang away from him, smiling gently at him. The young man, with a pale face, didn't say anything else and immediately changed direction, running madly out of the valley without daring to look back. He knew that he was no match for these two in terms of strength, and attempting to take the spiritual herbs again would only lead to his death. The fact that they let him go was already beyond belief. Brother, your fox shadow step is even more powerful than before. It's truly amazing. The old man saw the Taoist let the young man go and felt strange, but did not intervene. Instead, he praised the Taoist. It's nothing, just a small trick. The Taoist looked at the disappearing figure of the young man with a faint smile and said leisurely, Master Li, do you find it strange that I let that person go? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged Taoist suddenly spoke up. There is indeed something strange about it. The little guy's magical treasures are quite impressive. I'm even tempted by them. The old man didn't hide his thoughts and directly expressed himself. In that case, Master Li, you should dispel this idea as soon as possible. This person cannot be killed. The Taoist frowned slightly, with a hint of warning in his words. The old man's face showed a trace of surprise at the Taoist's words, but he didn't ask anything. He knew that since the conversation had reached this point, the other party would definitely explain it to him later. Sure enough, the Taoist continued woodenly. This person has a close relationship with Ma Yunlong from Tiank Castle. It's best not to provoke him lightly. The old man was moved when he heard this, and couldn't help but exclaim. Is it that Ma Yunlong, the one who has the most hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage in more than 100 years? The Taoist sighed and said, If it's not this person, who else could it be? I've seen this person several times before. The falling dust bead he holds in his hand is Ma Yunlong's famous magical treasure. There's no mistaking it. So this young man must have a close relationship with Ma Yunlong. It's best not to mess with him. You're right. The Taoist naturally agreed, and then the two of them each took a purple monkey flower before parting ways. Similar events were happening simultaneously in several other places, but their conflicts were far from peaceful, sparking intense clashes. Next to a stone house on the ridge of a circular mountain, 4 people divided into 2 factions, each wielding various magical treasures in battle. Among them, a man and a woman in yellow clothes were disciples of Huangfeng Valley. The man in his 40s had a scholarly look on his face, holding a shiny silver pen and a golden book. With a wave of his hand, the golden light of the silver charms filled the sky, making the 2 opponents on the opposite side sweat profusely and turn pale. Although the beautiful young woman also commanded 2 flying swords, one blue and one yellow, to assist from the side, it was obvious to discerning eyes that her strength was nowhere near that of her companion, let alone compared to the 2 opponents. She needed her powerful companion to rescue her several times. Their opponents, however, were not from the same sect. One had a green light shield above his head and controlled a flying snake and a large group of giant wasps to block the attacks from the golden lights of Huangfeng Valley's man. Surprisingly, it was the ugly man from the spiritual beast mountain, Zhangwu. The other was a handsome young man with a yin and yang appearance, dressed in green clothes, and should be a disciple of the transforming blade sect. The two red flying knives dancing in front of him emitted dazzling light, obviously not ordinary magical treasures. However, these offensive flying knives had now turned into two wheel-sized light screens in front of him, struggling to block the countless silver charms. "Stop, let's not fight anymore, we surrender. Chen, you're ruthless. The spiritual herbs in this stone house belong to you." Unable to hold on any longer, the young man from the transforming blade sect finally softened and spoke first. Beside him, Zhangwu, the ugly man, listened and did not stop him, tacitly accepting the young man's words and calling back the flying snake and wasp swarm to his side. "HMPH, if you surrender, you surrender. There's no such thing as a free lunch." The weakest disciple of Huangfeng Valley, feeling neglected, spoke up with dissatisfaction. She had been ignored directly and couldn't help feeling aggrieved, so she vented her dissatisfaction. "What do you want? Are you still thinking of wiping us out? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." The young man from the transforming blade sect heard this and shouted angrily, sounding just like a frightened woman. The rest of the three couldn't help but shiver. "Of course not, I was just saying. You two can leave. Chen and I won't make things difficult for you." The middle-aged man from Huangfeng Valley frowned slightly, immediately used his gaze to stop the woman's unfriendly words, and then calmly said to Zhangwu and the others, "He, Brother Chen is truly worthy of being the eldest son of the Chen family. Your demeanor is different from that of some little girl. Then we'll take our leave." The young man from the transforming blade sect suddenly calmed down and spoke in a normal male voice, suddenly appearing as elegant as a beautiful young man. The great contrast between before and after made others feel surprised. After saying this, the young man and Zhangwu bid farewell reluctantly, cast a lingering glance at the stone house, and then left with a heartache, disappearing behind the mountain rocks. "Big brother, why didn't you kill those two? With a little more effort, we could have killed them immediately." After watching the two leave, the beautiful woman couldn't help but turn her head and ask the middle-aged man, "Sister Seven, I've noticed that you've become a bit extreme since that incident. Always wanting to take people's lives. Do you know who those two are? The families they come from are quite famous. Although they're not as powerful as our Yan and Chen families, they should not be underestimated. It's best not to make enemies lightly. Moreover, even if we wanted to kill them, it would probably not succeed. You see, although we rely on the power of the golden book and silver pen, it seems that they are on the verge of collapse. But in fact, it's only because they haven't thought of escaping yet that we can do this. If we really wanted to kill them, they're not stupid. They would definitely run away. In that case, no matter how powerful my golden book and silver pen are, it's impossible to do anything to them. It would just be provoking unnecessary enemies." The middle-aged man first gently reproached the woman with a doting tone, then explained in detail the reason why he couldn't kill them. This made the woman suddenly enlightened. "By the way, Sister Seven, Since that incident, that little guy from the Liu family hasn't shown up anywhere else. It seems that he was killed by the person who saved you. If that's the case, it's lucky for that kid, otherwise he would be dead. Let him know how terrifying it is to dare to harm our Chen family. But the identity of the person who saved you is very intriguing. I spent a lot of effort investigating the disciples who were not in our valley those days, but I didn't find anyone who could threaten the Liu family. Kid, although his cultivation is not worth mentioning, his green dragon flag is indeed a good top-grade magical treasure. To be able to save you from his hands shows that this person's strength should not be weak. Could it be a cultivator passing by outside our sect? The woman's older brother suddenly changed his tone to a tender one, saying to his sister, "It turns out that this Sister 7 has become the cold Chen Shaimai, but in front of her big brother, she seems to have regained some of her original nature." Therefore, when she heard this, she immediately blushed and coquettishly said, "HMPH, why mention that guy? He saved me, but he left me alone in the wilderness and ran away with the Foundation establishment pill. I think most likely he's not a good person." Chen Shaimai's words were full of resentment. Actually, what made her so angry and embarrassed was not this matter. But every time she thought of this person, she recalled the embarrassing night when she was unconscious, feeling hot and naked all over her body. And those rough hands that had roamed all over her body, and the strong male breath from the other person's body, were still vivid in her mind. However, in embarrassment, Chen Shaimai tried her best not to think about it and buried it deep in her heart. Now, hearing her big brother mention it, she couldn't help but remember it again, causing her face to blush and pale alternately. When Chen Shaimai finally returned to her senses with a feeling of embarrassment, she found that her big brother was looking at her with a meaningful smile, as if he had completely seen through all her secrets. This made her blush even more coquettishly. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Shaimai stomped her foot and said, "I'm going to collect herbs," and then ran towards the stone house on her own, trying to conceal the strange embarrassment in her heart. The middle-aged man looked at his beloved little sister's back, smiled slightly, and already had a plan in his heart. Then he followed her. In a dense forest, a girl in green clothes, biting her lips tightly, was commanding a small white eagle to fight desperately against a two-headed snake. It seemed that for a while, it was difficult to tell who was winning or losing. Behind the monster snake was a large red tree, with several fist-sized red fruits hanging from its branches. Although the white-clad girl appeared innocent and pure, at this moment, her expression was solemn, and her whole body was shrouded in a strange silver light, giving her an even more mysterious and eerie appearance. What was most surprising was that the white-clad men and women following the girl all looked cautious, not daring to whisper even a word of gossip. The looks they cast toward the girl were filled with reverence. Even the arrogant woman and her cultivation companions who had appeared in the desert were among them. However, the arrogance on their faces had disappeared without a trace, and like everyone else, they didn't dare to breathe heavily, appearing exceptionally obedient. Suddenly, the leading elven girl stopped in her tracks, and the entire team behind her naturally came to a halt as well. Because not far ahead, the scene suddenly opened up, revealing a green deep pool. In the center of the pool, several black rocks protruded from the surface, each adorned with a dozen or so glossy lingzhi-like objects, exceptionally conspicuous. Is this the place? The elven girl, with evident interest, glanced at the pool for a moment and crisply asked without looking back, her voice sounding particularly tender. Yes, Master, the top-tier monster, the azure waiter crocodile, is hidden in the pool. During the previous trips to the Forbidden Grounds, one of our disciples fell victim to this beast. However, another managed to escape with their life. Among the group of female disciples of the concealed moon sect, a slightly older woman stepped forward and respectfully replied to the elven girl. Master, if other disciples from the six sects heard this, they would likely be shocked beyond belief. According to the customary hierarchy in the cultivation world based on the depth of cultivation, this elven-like girl should only be addressed as master by a concealed moon sect disciple in the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, wasn't it prohibited for disciples above the foundation establishment stage to enter this forbidden ground? What was going on? However, judging from the expressions of the other concealed moon sect disciples, they were not surprised at all, indicating they already knew the secret. All right, I see. Let's go down. The elven girl then ordered in a grand manner, her face showing an uncommon decisiveness. Then she turned to the others behind her and said, Get ready. Once I lure out the azure waiter crocodile, you'll use the newly developed combined technique, yin-yang traction art, and attack together in pairs. With the killing power sufficient to match a foundation establishment stage disciple's full force, dealing with this beast should be no problem. Then, we'll move on to the nest of the next top-tier monster and continue to sweep these previously untapped spiritual herbs. The girl's voice was not loud, but it exuded confidence. However, none of the male and female disciples showed any doubt upon hearing her, all responding in agreement. Seeing this, the elven girl turned around, opened her mouth, and a thumb-sized pink ring slowly sprayed out from her mouth. Then, it expanded in the wind, instantly turning into the size of a head, emitting a low hum, dazzling with brilliance and displaying an extremely spiritual aura. From the way this ring appeared, the radiance it emitted, and the immense spiritual power it contained, it was undoubtedly a genuine magical treasure. Could it be that this girl was really in the foundation establishment stage? Not long after, in the secret cave several tens of feet underground, a loud noise first came, followed by several low roars like water buffaloes. The roars were full of anger, but were soon overshadowed by a series of thunderous noises, causing the low roars to weaken immediately. Then various loud noises and explosions continued, finally drowning out the roars completely. Several hours later, the elven girl led the male and female disciples of the concealed moon sect out of a hidden passage. Each disciple wore an excited expression, full of joy. It was no wonder. The opportunity to kill a top-tier monster of the first level was not something they, mere cheer-refining stage disciples, could easily come across. Now, they had managed to kill the terrifying azure waiter crocodile without much effort, which naturally excited them. Of course, if it weren't for the elven girl using the ring treasure to block most of the beast's attacks, they wouldn't have been able to end the battle perfectly unscathed. Therefore, the awe towards the girl's back became even more profound. The girl remained indifferent to the gazes of the male and female disciples behind her, still walking ahead calmly, as if killing a first-level top-tier monster was not a big deal for her. After a moment, the disciples of the concealed moon sect disappeared into the nearby dense forest, leaving no trace. In this way, in other places, the scenes of disciples from various sects killing monsters and seizing spiritual herbs continued to unfold, occasionally accompanied by conflicts over the herbs. However, strangely, after conflicts occurred, there were only a few instances of actual casualties. The side that knew they were no match would retreat, and the side with the upper hand wouldn't push too hard, but hastily gather the herbs and leave, hurrying to the next location. Most people understood this situation very well. This was mainly because everyone had limited time. With the opportunity for bloodshed, it was better to check if there were other gains elsewhere. The real moment to fight desperately for the herbs would be on the last day when everyone returned with their harvest. That day would surely be filled with blood, far from the ease of the previous 2 days. Henley also understood some of these things. So, taking advantage of the fact that the disciples of various sects could still restrain each other for these 2 days, he hurried from one place to another. Whenever he encountered medium-grade or higher monsters along the way, he would immediately use his footwork to bypass them without wasting any extra effort, ensuring he wasn't delayed even for a moment. Hanley seemed to be riding on a lucky streak. Apart from encountering the rare poisonous insect monster, the giant centipede, in the first herb-picking cave, he encountered no other guardian monsters in the 4 subsequent locations he visited. He easily obtained the herbs without expending any extra effort, which made Hanley ecstatic. If things continued to go smoothly like this, gathering enough herbs would be no problem at all. At this moment, the 3rd day in the Forbidden Grounds was almost over, and Hanley was jumping rapidly on the treetops, not stopping along the way. He had encountered 2 lower-grade monsters, iron arm apes, whom he easily dispatched with a few swings of his hand, tearing their bodies apart completely. Now, Hanley was rushing towards the last destination of the day, a small stone pavilion near the mountaintop. It was said that various spiritual herbs were planted there, and the heavenly spirit fruit he needed most was among them. However, although the heavenly spirit fruit had not yet ripened, there were several other mature ones. Therefore, Hanley estimated that there would definitely be guardian spiritual beasts, and it was even possible that disciples from other sects had arrived ahead of him. But Hanley didn't care. He even hoped that someone else would arrive first to help clear the way for him, saving him some trouble. After all, this person would definitely not be. Upon hearing this, the barefooted man was suddenly enraged. This woman was already in dire straits, yet she continued to provoke his bottom line. Fine, fine, fine. He sneered in anger, repeating the word fine 3 times. Then today, you shall die here. With that, he pointed his silver giant sword, and it immediately emitted a dazzling sword light. With the momentum of Mount Tai pressing down, he ruthlessly slashed towards the girl's head. Seeing this, the girl gritted her teeth and hastily commanded her silk scarf to transform into a yellow disc the size of a cartwheel, blocking the attack. Crack! The top-grade magical weapon, which was already on its last legs, was shattered into pieces by the fully powered silver giant sword, scattering all over the place. The silver sword's radiance flashed, and under the control of the burly man, it continued to descend towards the girl with a grim smile. Clang! A clear sound rang out as a golden flying blade shot out from the side and intercepted the silver sword just 1 zhang away from the girl's head. Then, in the air above the girl, it formed a cluster of golden light, preventing the silver sword from falling any further. "Who's there? Show yourself." The barefooted man's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he retrieved his silver sword. Then, his eyes shot like lightning towards a huge rock on one side, because he clearly saw that the golden blade had flown out from there. Hee, the weather is really nice today. Why must everyone fight? Wouldn't it be better to sit down and have a chat? A figure emerged from behind the rock, revealing an ordinary-looking young man in a yellow shirt. He scratched his head, looked up at the sky, and chuckled. But on the young man's face, there was a look of helplessness. It was Han Li, who couldn't help but intervene when he saw the girl in danger. Han Li acted without hesitation when he saw the girl's plight, and now he could only shake his head wordlessly at the sky. This was too contrary to his usual principle of self-preservation. He had unexpectedly stirred up trouble without reason, truly bringing disaster upon himself. However, Han Li also knew that this was mainly because this girl had left a deep impression on him, and he couldn't just stand by and watch a woman he had a good impression of die before his eyes. It seemed that his heart wasn't as tough as he thought, and he wasn't a ruthless and unfeeling villain after all. Han Li smiled bitterly, lost in thought. But trouble had already arisen, so he had no choice but to muster his spirits to deal with it. Fortunately, after his battles with Duo Bao Nu and Feng Yue, Han Li had gained some confidence in confronting these elite disciples. Therefore, he didn't panic, and he had already grabbed a few things in his hands. "Is it you?" It was only at this moment that the green-clothed girl recognized Han Li's face clearly, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, revealing an incredulous expression. Han Li blinked, feeling a bit confused, not knowing what the other party meant, but he still casually replied, "Your Excellency is correct. They are indeed a set of top-grade magical tools, and that's enough. Knowing this is sufficient. Your Excellency, make your move. If you can defeat me, not only can I spare this girl's life, but the spiritual herbs in this stone house will also belong to the two of you." Before Han Li could finish speaking, the man immediately interrupted him. Then he spoke with a fervent expression that left Han Li dumbfounded. This person turned out to be a martial fanatic in the cultivation world. At this moment, Han Li suddenly realized this and felt extremely frustrated, unable to say a word. "Take this." Without waiting for Han Li's reply, the big man didn't even release his shield. He immediately commanded his silver sword to turn towards Han Li with an overwhelming momentum. Now that Han Li knew the opponent's background, he knew it was pointless to say anything more. He immediately shook the mother blade in his hand, and the other 7 sub-blades flew out from his storage bag, transforming into 7 golden rays, not showing any weakness as they met the opponent's silver giant sword. However, Han Li did not take out a defensive talisman to protect himself. As soon as Han Li commanded the 7 flying blades to engage with the silver sword, he immediately felt the opponent's strength. The big man's giant sword alone immediately suppressed all the golden blades tightly. The defensive golden net formed by the 7 golden rays, under the violent collision of the silver giant sword, was completely rooted and unable to trap it in the slightest. Instead, under the impact of the silver sword light, the radiance on the golden blades quickly dimmed, clearly signaling the precursor to their collapse. It seemed that they would meet the same fate as the girl's silk scarf sooner or later. But all this did not surprise Han Li, who had witnessed the power of the silver sword. In terms of power, his golden cicada mother blades were only ordinary among top-grade magical tools, so it was expected that they would be no match for the opponent's silver sword. Therefore, Han Li pointed towards the battle formation in the sky with his hand, intending to separate 2 of the entangled golden blades and shoot them towards the big man, to test his defensive measures and see if there was any opportunity to exploit. After all, what use was there for powerful magical tools if he himself were dead? Under Han Li's manipulation, the 2 golden rays just turned around and wanted to fly towards the barefooted man. However, the big man's giant sword suddenly emitted a burst of silver light, rapidly swirling around the sword hilt as its center. In an instant, it transformed into a huge silver disc, emitting countless threads of suction from the center of the silver disc. This made all nearby golden blades feel as if they were carrying 1,000 catties, unable to move at all. Naturally, the 2 golden blades that wanted to leave were no exception. Seeing this scene, Han Li was stunned. When he came to his senses and hastily looked towards the big man on the opposite side, he saw that the man was making strange gestures with his hands, clearly using some kind of technique. Without thinking too much, Han Li immediately tapped his storage bag, hastily flying out a blue flying knife and a golden flying bowl. Without stopping by Han Li's side for a moment, the 2 objects shot straight towards the big man. Although the barefooted man of the giant sword sect was not idle, he clearly saw Han Li's actions. He sneered, suddenly changing his technique, and freed one hand to point at the flying knife and golden bowl coming towards him from a distance. As a result, Han Li immediately sensed that the two magical tools that were originally under his control suddenly lost contact with him. With two whoosh sounds, these two top-grade magical tools were unexpectedly sucked into the center of the silver disc formed by the giant sword and forcibly absorbed by it. With two pop sounds, as soon as the two top-grade magical tools entered it, they were immediately caught in the vortex created by the rapid rotation of the silver giant sword and burst into pieces like fireworks, their fragmented debris forming a beautiful but exceptionally rare meteor shower. Han Li's mouth felt dry at this moment. He had never expected the opponent's technique and the silver sword to be so amazing. Not only were his golden cicada mother blades trapped by the opponent, but even the two top-grade magical tools he had just used were destroyed by the opponent in one fell swoop. This truly shocked him. Another burst of exploding sounds came, startling Han Li. He quickly looked over again and saw that out of the original 7 golden cicada mother blades, only 6 remained, while a beautiful golden starry sky appeared at the center of the silver disc. Under the control of the big man, the silver disc began to capture and destroy the remaining golden cicada mother blades one by one. If at first the destruction of the top-grade magical tools by the silver sword shocked Han Li, the disappearance of one of the golden blades truly made him feel heartache. These were top-grade magical tools. Moreover, because they were part of a set, each missing blade would significantly reduce their power. In addition to feeling heartache, Han Li did not hesitate any longer. He flipped his right hand, and the small mirror he obtained from Duo Bao Nu appeared in his palm. Han Li quickly infused spiritual power into the mirror, then aimed it at the sky and took a rapid shot. Immediately, a green light burst out from the mirror, striking the silver disc formed by the silver giant sword back into a circular shape, trapping the sword and the remaining golden blades alive in the green light, immobilizing them in midair. The big man from the giant sword sect, who had been proud and fanatical, immediately lost his composure when he saw Han Li's small mirror. He changed his technique suddenly, with one hand free to make a few gestures towards the flying knife and golden bowl coming towards him from a distance. Han Li did not hesitate to respond to the big man's provocations. With a cold and chilling voice, he replied, "Let's see if you still have such confidence after this move." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a blue flying knife and a golden flying bowl, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent them flying towards the big man. The big man's expression changed drastically when he heard Han Li's words. He immediately stopped his movements and looked at Han Li in shock. It seemed that he had done something incredibly outrageous, making Han Li feel a chill in his heart. Listening to the big man's tone, it seemed that obtaining this top-grade magical tool would bring him some big trouble. Han Li couldn't help but pause for a moment, wanting to hear what he had to say. "What do you mean? I didn't kill that woman. I got this from the guy who killed her named Feng Yue. Is there something wrong?" Han Li frowned slightly, his face not looking good as he spoke. You should tell these words to the grandmother of the concealed moon twin beauties. Let's see if a foundation establishment cultivator, an elder of the concealed moon sect, will listen to your explanation as a mere chi condensation disciple. The barefooted man sneered a few times, mocking Han Li. Han Li suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If what the other party said was true, then this matter would be really difficult to explain. He couldn't produce any evidence to prove that he didn't kill the person, but the magical tool of that wicked woman fell into his hands. In this case, the elder of the concealed moon sect would probably not let him, the killer, go. This is big trouble. Thinking that there might be a foundation establishment cultivator constantly watching over his life, Han Li not only felt bitter in his mouth, but also felt so depressed that he wanted to spit blood. To think about it, he was really wronged. Not only did he not kill the person, but he also avenged that evil woman by killing Feng Yue. But now, he might end up being chased by a foundation establishment cultivator, which was really unreasonable. After all, killing one of his chi condensation disciples was no different from killing an ant, so why bother listening to his explanation? And his sect, Yellow Maple Valley, probably wouldn't offend the elder of the concealed moon sect for his sake, a nameless little disciple. The more Han Li thought about it, the more bleak his future seemed, and the more unfavorable the consequences were. Did he really have to flee far away and hide after leaving the forbidden area, changing his name and escaping to another country? Han Li was really undecided. The big man saw Han Li's gloomy expression clearly and couldn't help but laugh smugly. Just as the barefooted man's laughter grew louder, Han Li's expression became darker and darker. A timid voice came from the side. "Why don't we all keep it a secret and not tell anyone?" The green-clothed girl, who had been hesitating, interjected. "Keep it a secret." Han Li and the big man were both stunned. Then they immediately exchanged strange looks and fell silent. The girl wanted to say something else, but seeing the strange situation between the two men, she was immediately scared into silence, just staring with wide eyes, too afraid to speak. In the silence, Han Li suddenly turned his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly nearby, swaying back and forth. The big man stared at Han Li's every move with a solemn expression. This kind of calmness that made people's heartbeats gradually accelerate lasted for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea before it was broken by the solemn, barefooted big man. "I never thought that the two of us would be reminded by a little girl. It seems that the onlookers are clear-headed while those involved are muddled. Now, are you planning to kill me to silence me?" "Yes, if there's no other way. I don't actually want to have murderous intent towards you, brother. Your sword technique is truly extraordinary. I originally admired it very much." Han Li sighed and finally stopped packing nearby, facing the big man helplessly. "It seems that you don't believe in oaths either." The big man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly his eyes gleamed, and he said aggressively, "Yes, I only believe that dead men tell no tales." Han Li's face darkened, responding with a cold and piercing voice. "All right, since it's like this, there's no need for more words. Let's settle our lives and deaths here." The barefooted man raised his eyebrows, feeling heroic. "Lives and deaths? No, you should say that your fate is already sealed." Hanley listened to the big man's words and smiled strangely, shaking his head slightly as he spoke. "Nonsense. Do you think that temporarily trapping my silver radiance sword means that you've already won this battle? You haven't seen many of my techniques yet." The big man was furious when he heard Han Li's words and immediately cursed, raising his arm. Suddenly, silver light flashed on his hand, and a sword light similar to the one in the sky appeared. "Haven't you noticed that the distance between us is already within 10 zhang?" Han Li looked at the big man with a strange expression and sighed. Then his figure blurred, disappearing into the air. "As long as we're within 10 zhang of each other, and you haven't cast any protective spells, this person's life and death is basically at my mercy." Han Li's voice still echoed in the void. When he suddenly appeared close to the panicked big man's back, the last word had just been uttered. "And you are already a dead man." Han Li slowly retracted the thread he had just swung, murmuring softly. The big man stared blankly ahead, motionless. Suddenly, a thin red line appeared on his neck, and then his head rolled neatly off his neck, truly dead. Hanley turned his body, looking at the body of the big man with his head separated. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. This big man's strength was definitely not inferior to Feng Yue, but he still neglected to allow himself to approach such a close distance. His death was not undeserved. "Are you going to kill me to silence me too?" Han Li suddenly heard this weak voice, full of vigilance, suspicion, and fear. Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he had dealt with the fellow from the giant sword sect, there was still one major trouble left to handle. The slender figure of the green-clothed girl, her pale and weak face, and the panic in her eyes, all vividly reflected in Han Li's eyes as he glanced at her. It seemed she was quite frightened. Instead of answering the girl's question, Han Li bent down and picked up the storage pouch from the body of the big man. With a flick of his finger, a small fireball hit the corpse, instantly turning it into ashes. Then, using the kingning mirror, he released the silver sword and golden blades trapped in the green light and put them away in his pouch. Only then did Han Li turn around, expressionless, and walk towards the girl. As soon as the girl saw Han Li approaching, her already pale face turned even paler, and she couldn't help but shrink back a few steps in fear. "What do you want? If you come any closer, I won't be polite." The green-clothed girl finally mustered up her courage and pulled out a black small sword from her storage pouch, pointing it at Han Li. But with a glance, Han Li could tell that this sword was just an average medium-grade magical tool, indicating that the yellow silk scarf was her only top-grade magical tool. "Is this how you treat someone who saved your life?" Han Li suddenly rubbed his nose and smiled. "Saved my life." The girl paused for a moment, confused by the sudden change in Han Li's attitude, seemingly unable to react. "Miss seems to forget the great favor I just did for her. If I hadn't intervened just now and saved you from that man's sword, Why would I need to resort to such murderous methods? Han Li said helplessly. Oh, I'm really sorry, I was just scared, so I forgot. The girl suddenly realized what had happened and hurriedly explained with a flushed face, looking embarrassed and flustered, evoking a sense of pity. It's nothing. It's just that after our chance encounter at the Southern meeting, it's quite unbelievable that we meet again here. Han Li waved his hand and said kindly. For some reason, seeing the shy demeanor of this girl, Han Li felt particularly affectionate, as if he were facing his own little sister. I'm Han Li. May I know the lady's name? Han Li asked casually. My name is Hanyun Zhai. After hesitating for a moment, the girl finally blurted out her name with a flushed face, feeling extremely shy and hesitant. Hanyun Zhai. That's a nice name, very fitting for the lady. Han Li repeated the girl's name with a smile. Is it? Hanyun Zhai's face flushed even more. But Hanyun, miss, how did you end up joining the Spirit Beast Mountain and participating in the blood color trial? Han Li asked with some curiosity. Well, Hanyun Zhai looked hesitant, unable to speak out. He, since it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. I just asked casually. Han Li said understandingly, making Hanyun Zhai feel grateful. By the way, let's go into the stone room and gather the spirit herbs. It's better to be safe than sorry, in case someone else comes here. After chatting casually with the girl for a few moments, Han Li suddenly suggested. Hanyun Zhai nodded eagerly, but then hesitated and said shyly, Han Big Brother, could you give me those few fire sunflowers? I only need those flowers, I won't ask for anything else. Of course, that's not a problem. Even if you didn't ask, I was planning to do that. Han Li smiled and agreed. Since that's settled, why don't you go pick the fire sunflowers first? I wouldn't want to accidentally pick them. Han Li chuckled and suggested. Okay. Hanyun Zhai nodded in agreement, feeling that it made sense, and bowed to Han Li before turning to walk towards the stone room. But as soon as Hanyun Zhai turned around, she heard a sigh from Han Li. Then she felt a pain in the back of her neck, her vision blurred, and she fell to the ground unconscious. However, just as she was about to hit the ground, someone caught her from behind. It turned out that Han Li had taken advantage of the moment when the girl turned around to suddenly appear behind her, gently knocking her unconscious with a palm, and then catching her in his arms. Han Li held the girl's delicate body, smelling the faint fragrance of her body, and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her cheek. But then he regained his senses, bit his tongue lightly, and immediately became much more sober. Then, looking at the girl's delicate face, he sighed helplessly. First, he gently placed the girl against the wall of the stone room. Then he entered the room himself. After a while, when he came out again, having cleared out all the spirit herbs inside, he took the girl out of the room, disappeared into a pile of rocks nearby. In a natural cave near the mountaintop, Han Li laid the girl flat on the ground, then sat down nearby to rest and recuperate. Finally, Han Li opened his eyes, a flash of light passing through them, and he began to recover some of his strength using his rapid body technique. From his storage pouch, he took out a small, exquisite silver box. Han Li looked at the silver box blankly for a moment. After a while, he silently opened the lid of the box, revealing a row of neatly arranged silver needles inside. These were the acupuncture tools he often used back in the Seven Profound sect. Han Li lifted his fingers and gently touched the silver needles of various sizes. The figures of Mo Doctor, Li Feiyu, and others couldn't help but flash in his mind, and the life in Kai Xia Mountain and Shen Shu Valley seemed like just yesterday. This couldn't help but make him feel sentimental. Han Li's thoughts finally returned after a moment of wandering. He steadied his mind, skillfully pulled out a slender silver needle between his fingers, and then looked at the girl, a hint of helplessness in his eyebrows. Hanian miss, if it weren't for this carefree needle technique, which can erase a person's short-term memory, I really wouldn't know how to deal with the matter of leaking secrets. Although I believe you will sincerely keep my secret, there are too many unexpected things in this world. You might accidentally let it slip, or be unknowingly coerced by someone using secret methods. I have to be cautious, Han Li muttered to himself. Then he took out a red porcelain bottle from his storage pouch, poured out a pill emitting a strange fragrance, and stuffed it into the girl's mouth without hesitation. Fortunately, I brought the forget dust pills that I randomly prepared before. With these, I can use the carefree needle. Technique without any worries. Although there may still be some danger, there shouldn't be any major problems. You will only forget everything that happened in the past half-day. I never thought that the acupuncture technique I learned from Mo Doctor's legacy would be used in the cultivation world one day. Han Li touched the girl's hair affectionately, saying lovingly. Several hours later, Han Li, pale-faced, walked out of the cave and quickly hid in a nearby large tree, concentrating on watching the entrance of the cave. A quarter of an hour later, Hanian Zhai came out carrying several fire sunflowers, looking confused. After scanning the entrance of the cave a few times, she placed her hand on her forehead, her eyes showing a strange expression. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something important, hurriedly put the fire sunflowers into her storage pouch, and quickly left the place, running towards the foot of the mountain. Shortly after she left, Han Li jumped down from the tree. Looking in the direction where the girl had disappeared, he sighed deeply and walked slowly towards another dense forest. The third day in the forbidden area finally passed, but the arrival of the fourth day was far from smooth for Han Li. Either he encountered other powerful demonic beasts on the road, or the information was wrong, and the locations where the spirit herbs grew did not match what Han Li needed. As for the guardian demonic beasts of the spirit herbs, there were suddenly many of them. In just half a day, Han Li had killed 3 mid-tier demonic beasts and 2 high-tier ones, leaving him feeling exhausted both physically and spiritually. Now Han Li stood under a huge rock, calculating his gains. Although the quantity of the 3 types of spirit herbs did not fully meet his expectations, it was barely enough. Even if he left the forbidden area now, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Moreover, according to the information from Huangfeng Valley, there were clearly marked locations of immature spirit herbs left. However, Han Li was too afraid of false information from the other party to actually go to those places, fearing that he would waste his time for nothing. But now, when Han Li reviewed these external sources of information, he immediately found a concealed place not far from his current location that contained many spirit herbs. There should still be immature spirit herbs there, even if the mature ones had been taken by Zhangwu. This made Han Li somewhat tempted. According to his calculations, even if the mature spirit herbs were taken by Zhangwu, they should have been taken by others long ago. But the immature spirit herbs should still be there. Since there was still time, and he didn't have a clear location yet, it was better to take a look. Even if the information was false, he wouldn't suffer any losses. With this thought in mind, Han Li couldn't suppress his excitement any longer. After resting for a while, he quickly set off. The place Han Li was heading to was located in a small basin somewhere on the circular mountain, surrounded by towering and bizarre rocks that shielded it from wind and rain. In the center of the basin stood a simple and massive stone hall. Despite its size, the hall's entrance was pitifully small, only allowing 2 people to pass through side by side. Standing on the mountain rocks and looking down at the hall, Han Li felt an extremely strange and discordant sensation. Han Li furrowed his brow, jumped down from the rocks, and walked slowly towards the vicinity of the hall's entrance, tilting his head to gaze up at the stone hall. As he looked, the doubt on Han Li's face deepened. Whether it was an illusion or not, he always felt that there was occasionally a faint green light flowing on the surface of the stone hall. However, whenever he tried to focus and examine it closely, he couldn't see anything unusual. After several attempts, he muttered to himself, wondering if someone had placed a prohibition here. Han Li lowered his head and scanned the nearby ground, but he couldn't see any traces of anyone passing by, which made him squint his eyes. There's definitely something strange. Although this basin is a bit remote, with such a large stone hall, it's unlikely that no one has discovered it. Moreover, the information I have was given by Zhangwu, so why hasn't he been here? Han Li's mind was filled with countless thoughts in an instant, subconsciously feeling that something was amiss here. But leaving this place like this, he still felt somewhat unwilling. So he took a few steps back, reached into his storage pouch, and a golden blade appeared in his hand. With a toss into the air, it turned into a golden light and fiercely struck a certain piece of green stone on the hall's door. Putch, I sounded, and the green stone surged with green light, unharmed, while the golden blade somersaulted several feet away. Han Li shook his head, turned around, and was about to leave. Avoiding unnecessary danger and safely leaving the forbidden land is his top priority. This mysterious stone hall is so strange. It's better not to go in, Han Li thought calmly. But just as he took a few steps, Han Li's face suddenly changed drastically. His figure flashed and disappeared into thin air, then reappeared inside the hall's door, but immediately disappeared into the hall again. At this moment, a large group of concealed moon sect disciples, suddenly appeared on the side of the basin's rocks, with a young-looking girl leading them, who was actually the spirit girl disciple of the concealed moon sect's ancestor. At this moment, the girl looked around with a puzzled look, glancing at the place where Han Li disappeared in front of the hall's door. She seemed to sense that someone was there, but now she couldn't see anyone. Could it be that she sensed wrong? The girl stopped in place with some disbelief. She closed her eyes lightly and released her huge spiritual sense. As a result, apart from their group of people near the basin, she really couldn't sense the presence of other cultivators nearby. But when her spiritual sense swept over the stone hall, it was repelled by some force, which startled the girl. But then she was overjoyed and a smile appeared on her face. Just now, she had sensed that the stone hall was restricted by someone, which didn't surprise her. Because in the dozens of demonic beast dens they had swept through before, there were also several places restricted by spells, which was not a big deal. But this restriction in the stone hall even prevented her spiritual sense from passing through, which was the first time she encountered it, and was definitely not comparable to the shallow restrictions in the previous places. The spirit girl was excited for a while and didn't want to investigate what had just happened. She believed that even if there were one or two of their disciples lurking nearby, it would not affect the presence of so many concealed moon sect people. So she took the lead and walked towards the stone hall. At this time, Han Li was standing in the hall, feeling anxious. He had already wanted to leave, and he habitually released his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings, and then prepared to slip away. But he never expected that as soon as he released his spiritual sense, he immediately sensed a large number of cultivators so close to him that he froze, and without thinking, he flashed into the stone hall. No matter which of the 6 sects the people outside were from, if they saw him here, his fate could be easily guessed. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that his physical strength had been depleted too much these past few days, he could have easily used his rapid body technique to shake off those cultivators and leave. But unfortunately, with his current state, he couldn't use that technique much longer, and he wouldn't be able to escape far even if he tried. Now hiding in the stone hall, he was temporarily safe. However, he was also blocked by the group of cultivators here and couldn't leave. And this stone hall was too simple. After entering the hall's door and walking through a winding corridor, there was now an empty hall in front of him, with no place to hide. And seeing the posture of the people outside, they were obviously coming for this stone hall, so expecting them not to enter here was wishful thinking. In fact, there was nowhere to go at all. In front of Han Li, in the center of the hall, there was a black underground passage surrounded by jade railings. The entrance of the passage had a row of steps leading straight down into the ground, constantly blowing out warm and humid air, making it hard to imagine where it led. But Han Li could guess that the passage definitely didn't lead to a good place, so he hesitated and hadn't gone down yet. But this hall also had no other place to hide. This made Han Li break out in a cold sweat, and a whoosh sound echoed in his mind. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the hall, indicating that the group of cultivators had entered the stone hall. In the blink of an eye, they would enter this hall. Seeing this, Han Li sighed helplessly, gritted his teeth, and lightly floated over the railing, disappearing into the underground passage. After entering the passage, Han Li's vision was pitch black. He reached into his storage pouch, took out a moonlight stone, and everything around him brightened up. The entire passage wasn't very large, all made of blue stone, and barely enough for one person to pass through. Han Li also touched the walls of the passage, feeling damp and slippery. He didn't dare to delay, afraid that the people behind would catch up with him, so he carefully continued walking down. After descending hundreds of steps along the stone steps, the originally narrow passage gradually widened, allowing two people to walk side by side without any problem. However, the hot and humid sea breeze blowing in became even hotter, causing Han Li to sweat profusely within moments, soaking him completely. After walking down nearly 100 more steps, Han Li estimated that he was more than 100 feet below the surface. The blue stone passage finally disappeared. When he emerged from the passage's mouth, what appeared before his eyes was a strange underground swamp world. This underground world was only 30 feet high, but it stretched for several miles in all directions, with black mud bubbles popping up everywhere. And the hot and humid sea breeze generated out of nowhere above the swamp, flowing out rapidly from the passage behind Han Li, and then bringing in fresher air from outside, forming a balanced flow. Around the swamp were tall black mounds, and on the other side, there were dozens of strange flowers and spiritual herbs of various colors, including several types of spirit herbs that Han Li needed, and there were quite a few of them. But all of this was not as attractive to Han Li as the white jade pavilion in the middle of the swamp, where a giant golden box was suspended out of thin air. The box was 1 zhang long, half a zhang wide, with its lid tightly closed, and the box's body hidden golden light flowing, showing that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Han Li only glanced at it a few times before quickly looking away, not because he wasn't tempted by the treasures in the golden box, but because there were soon a large number of enemies arriving behind him. It was better to find a hiding place quickly, which was the most important thing. Otherwise, what's the use of treasures if he lost his life? After Han Li did all this, it didn't take long for the figure of the spirit girl to appear on the steps of the passage. As soon as she appeared, she glanced at the situation here lightly, and when she saw the golden box in the white jade pavilion, her calm and composed face finally changed, and a gradually heated look appeared in her eyes. Although she had heard the description of the golden box from her disciples, it was far from the shock of seeing it up close. The girl took a few steps down the stairs and stood gracefully in front of the swamp, followed closely by other male and female disciples of the concealed moon sect, who lined up behind her. Han Li could clearly see all of this from not far away, and couldn't help but feel shocked, and at the same time, he was curious about the identity of the young girl leading them. Is the black Lewin python hidden here? The girl's tender voice sounded, but it was full of indescribable majesty. Reporting to Ancestor, the giant python is indeed hidden in the swamp. It has swallowed more than a dozen disciples from various sects who wanted to take the treasure box. Its reputation is well known, making this place a forbidden area for disciples of all sects. However, this demon beast is indeed much stronger than ordinary top-tier demon beasts. I hope Ancestor will be cautious. A female disciple replied respectfully. Humph, do you think I can't deal with even a first-level demon beast? The girl's delicate face sank, showing a ridiculous and funny expression, but it made the white-clad woman behind her's face greatly changed, repeatedly saying, "I dare not." After instructing the disciples, the young girl turned her head to look at the swamp in front of her, murmuring to herself in a faint voice, "It seems that the item should be inside this box. The places we've searched before were all in vain, only finding some trash." The girl's voice was barely audible, and apart from herself, the other disciples couldn't hear a thing, all excited for the upcoming battle. Following the girl's command, the male and female disciples of the concealed moon sect immediately stood shoulder to shoulder with their cultivation partners, proficiently extending a hand to shake each other's. The palms of the two overlapped, emitting strange blue and red lights respectively, spreading from their arms to their entire bodies, enveloping the male disciples in red and the female disciples in blue, creating a peculiar scene of alternating blue and red lights. Only the remaining 3 disciples, 2 females and 1 male, who had lost their partners, took out a few magical tools from their bodies, preparing in a more ordinary manner. Han Li lay on a mound of soil. Although he didn't hear the girl's murmuring, the words of the female disciple referring to him as master echoed clearly in his ears, startling him so much that he almost bit his tongue. Master of the concealed moon sect, what kind of concept was this? Han Li was no longer a newcomer to the cultivation world, and he knew very well what it meant. That was a nascent soul stage expert, just like the ancestor of his own sect. To encounter such an expert in a forbidden land, where cultivators above the foundation establishment stage couldn't enter, was extremely bewildering to Han Li. At this moment, the young girl, satisfied with her disciples' preparations, took action. The girl's mouth slightly opened, and she spat out her magic treasure, the vermilion phoenix ring. As soon as the object was released, it flew into the air above the swamp, spinning rapidly, growing as large as a house. Then, with a hand gesture from the girl below, a red light shot from her hand onto the ring, causing it to change from pink to fiery red in an instant. Sparks of fire emerged inside the ring, gradually increasing in number and brightness, forming hundreds of fist-sized, high-temperature fireballs within the large ring, raising the temperature of the underground world even more. Han Li, on the mound of soil, watched in astonishment. Such grandeur, such power, if this wasn't a magic treasure, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Since the young girl was able to control a magic treasure, it was undoubtedly true that she was a nascent soul stage cultivator. However, Han Li couldn't figure out how she managed to sneak into this forbidden land, and why her cultivation level was only at the peak of the chi condensation stage. These series of questions kept rolling in Han Li's mind, but he couldn't find the answers. Before the girl could take the next step, there was movement in the swamp below. Starting from a certain point in the swamp, the nearby mud began to roll, and the rolling expanded, gradually forming a large mound, presenting a formidable momentum. Seeing this, the girl's face flashed with a hint of confusion. In her memory, the black Lewin python didn't seem to have such a grand aura. However, just as the demonic beast was about to reveal itself, the girl didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly formed a hand seal and directed her enormous vermilion phoenix ring, which began spinning in midair. After a moment of high-speed rotation, it blurred and the hundreds of fireballs within turned into a sea of flames, merging into one. Go. With a sudden command from the girl, the ring stopped spinning abruptly, and the flaming sea transformed into a massive column of fire, shooting down from above towards the raised portion of the swamp. However, before the pillar of fire could reach the swamp, a whoosh sounded, and a jet of ink-black water, the size of a bowl, spewed out from the raised mound, perfectly countering the oncoming flames. Instantly, a sizzle sound erupted as large clouds of mist formed, enveloping the area and obscuring everything. It's not the black Lewin python. The girl's originally puzzled expression turned into one of shock when she saw the ink-black water column. As if in response to the girl's words, a strange and piercing wail rang out from the white mist, followed by a violent gust of wind that swept away the mist, revealing the true face of the demonic beast. A black-scaled serpent-like creature, covered in large scales, appeared before everyone's eyes. This creature, although not very large, was only 3 or 4 zhang long, was shrouded in a faint black mist, giving it an extremely eerie appearance. From head to tail, it looked no different from an ordinary black python, except for its shiny black scales. Think dragon. As soon as the girl saw the appearance of the creature, she immediately exclaimed in surprise and joy. However, the dozen or so disciples standing behind her were a bit puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be the black Lewin python? How did it become an ink dragon? The girl didn't have time to explain to the disciples behind her because the floating ink dragon, several zhang above the ground, had found the culprits disturbing its rest. The green eyes on the sides of its head flashed with a fierce light as it opened its mouth and spewed another black water column directly at the concealed moon sect disciples. "O beast, you're seeking death." Knowing the power of the ink dragon, the girl didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly pointed to the vermilion phoenix ring in the air, and it suddenly emitted a bright red light, flashing in front of her. Then, a series of fireballs flew out from the ring, intercepting the black water halfway. Containment, swift detain, bind, lock. The girl formed a crescent moon shape with her hands, solemnly chanting 5 words. The enormous vermilion phoenix ring, just as the 5 words were spoken, trembled violently in midair, emitting a low hum, and disappeared into the air, causing the young ink dragon to blink its eyes in confusion. But in the next moment, the ring reappeared with a buzzing sound directly above the ink dragon's head. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary confusion, it swiftly descended and shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion phoenix ring was firmly wrapped around the ink dragon's body, and the flames erupted from it, engulfing half of the creature's body in a blaze. Quick attack. I can't hold the ink dragon for long. Although the vermilion phoenix ring firmly restrained the ink dragon, the girl's expression was not relaxed. Instead, she appeared slightly anxious as she instructed her disciples behind her. At the same time, she continued to activate the red flame technique on the vermilion phoenix ring, intensifying the flames enveloping the beast. Following a series of commands from the girl, the disciples of the concealed moon sect continuously launched attacks, sending out a dozen or so red and blue beams of light that pierced through the air with a frightening kai-kai sound, hitting the immobilized beast. With a series of loud bangs, as soon as the beams approached the ink dragon, they were blocked by the faint black mist on its body, erupting into intense explosions. Keep attacking. The ink dragon's protective ink clouds won't last long, the girl urgently commanded. Meanwhile, she continued to exert her full power to restrain the ink dragon with the vermilion phoenix ring, causing the flames enveloping the creature to burst even more fiercely. Under the girl's continuous commands, the disciples of the concealed moon sect kept launching attacks, hitting the ink dragon. Although they hadn't pierced through the black mist yet, they had driven the creature into a frenzy. It continuously gnashed its teeth and thrashed its upper and lower bodies, desperately trying to break free from the ring. However, to no avail. Under the girl's full restraint, the ring remained fixed in midair, firmly locking the creature's body. Watching from the side, Han Li was deeply shocked. He had never seen such a scene where a large group of cultivators joined forces to fight, especially with the appearance of magic treasures, and facing a formidable demonic beast. This greatly broadened his horizons. However, Han Li had already made up his mind. Whether the beast defeated the enemy or the disciples of the concealed moon sect killed the beast, he would quietly slip away after the battle. Now was definitely not the time to recklessly expose his whereabouts. As Han Li was lost in his thoughts, the ink dragon suddenly let out a long wail, its voice several times louder than before, filled with pain. Startled, Han Li quickly looked over. He saw that the black mist covering the creature's body had completely dissipated, and a bowl-sized blood hole had appeared on its heavily armored body, evidently wounded by the red and blue beams. This only made the creature struggle more frantically in agony. It seems that the disciples of the concealed moon sect have the upper hand. Han Li couldn't help but think to himself, "Not good, be careful. I can't hold the ink dragon any longer." Just then, the girl's voice rang out, catching Han Li slightly off guard. It seemed that victory wasn't so easily determined after all. The girl's words clearly puzzled the disciples of the concealed moon sect. Based on their experience from the previous days, Any top-level demon beast trapped by the sect's grandmaster couldn't break free from the ring talisman's restraint so quickly. How did the demon beast manage to escape this time? Although they were full of doubts, they didn't dare to ignore the girl's warning and immediately became extremely cautious. Of course, the red and blue beams of light in their hands became even more fierce, quickly piercing dozens of holes in the ink dragon's body, staining the swamp below with fresh dragon blood. This further infuriated the ink dragon. It let out a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the underground world, causing everyone present to feel dizzy and disoriented. SSS, a strange tearing sound echoed in the air. When everyone regained their senses and looked over, their faces changed drastically. The ring talisman remained motionless in midair, but the ink dragon trapped inside it had disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a tattered piece of black scales swaying on the ring, continuously shaking. The demon beast had actually shed its skin and escaped. Not only were the disciples of the concealed moon sect astonished, but even the young girl was shocked to see this scene, her heart filled with disbelief. She had just shouted for the disciples to be careful, not because she anticipated the snake's shedding behavior, but because the ink dragon's escape power was too strong, and her magical power was insufficient to continue restraining it. This demon beast should have also sensed the weakening of the vermilion ring's restraint, so why did it make such a damaging move? Could it be? A thought flashed through the girl's mind, and she thought of a terrifying reason, her face turning completely pale. She hurriedly searched for the ink dragon, wanting to confirm her terrible guess. There it is. A sharp-eyed disciple of the concealed moon sect was the first to spot the demon beast swimming closely to the top of the underground world. By now, it had undergone a complete transformation, its appearance vastly different from before. Its black body had turned snow-white without scales. Its length had increased from 3 to 4 zhang to 5 to 6 zhang, and it had grown thicker by more than a circle. The injured areas only left faint scars, barely noticeable. Most surprising of all, a black horn several inches long had grown on the triangular snake head, faintly emitting a glossy sheen. Its body also sprouted a pair of white claws on its abdomen, extremely sharp. This demon beast had transformed from a snake into a dragon, its appearance identical to the legendary dragon. The people of the concealed moon sect were naturally astonished to see the current form of the ink dragon. But before they could act, the girl standing at the forefront issued a command that astonished them all with her serious tone. Everyone retreat immediately. The ink dragon has evolved to the second stage. Its strength can now rival that of a mid-level foundation establishment cultivator. Even if we join forces, we are no match for it. Leave this place immediately. I can hold it off for a short time. After the girl finished speaking, she immediately summoned the vermilion ring back to her, assuming a completely defensive posture. Some of the disciples hesitated upon hearing this. Although the so-called ink dragon had shed its skin and undergone a drastic transformation, they had just severely injured it. It was hard to believe that its strength had changed so dramatically in the blink of an eye. But just a moment of hesitation was enough for some people to regret for a lifetime. Because the white ink dragon suddenly moved, lightning fast, rushing into the air above the concealed moon sect disciples, then opening its mouth wide, spewing out a continuous stream of purple liquid. Quick dodge, don't try to block it. The girl shouted anxiously, her face showing signs of worry, while the vermilion ring immediately expanded several times, flying to block most of the purple night. Some clever disciples either quickly retreated into the blue stone passage they had come from or immediately stepped forward to hide within the range covered by the ring talisman. However, 5 or 6 disciples, relying on their powerful magical instruments, not only did not dodge, but also released 1 or 2 shiny objects to protect their heads, seemingly intending to face it head-on. You fools. The girl flashed a hint of anger in her eyes as she saw some disciples not following her instructions. However, limited by her magical power, she couldn't expand the coverage of the talisman any further. She could only let them fend for themselves. What happened next confirmed the girl's words. The purple night that leaked past the vermilion ring sprayed onto the heads of those disciples who were not covered by it. The shiny magical instruments only flashed a few times before emitting some green smoke, disappearing into the impact of the purple night, completely melted away. As for those disciples of the concealed moon sect, they only had time to exclaim in horror before being engulfed by the purple night's impact, disappearing from the world without a trace. Where they had stood, there remained a large pit several zhang deep, leaving the rest of the concealed moon sect disciples pale-faced. At this point, the ink dragon, having eliminated those disciples, calmed down slightly, finally stopping its spewing and instead staring coldly at the girl. It seemed to be well aware that this sect master of the concealed moon sect was its formidable enemy. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and get out. This beast has just evolved into the second stage, and its essence should be running out. It won't be spewing easily again. The girl, ignoring the ink dragon's fierce gaze, instead coldly ordered. Then, muttering to herself with resentment, she said, "It's just a little snake that has just entered the second level. How dare it be so arrogant in front of me? If I had restored my original power, I would have captured you and guarded my cave long ago." Ignoring the girl's look of unwillingness, the other disciples of the concealed moon sect, after seeing the miserable state of those disciples, dared not linger for a moment longer and immediately retreated into the passage, then ran outwards. Soon after, the sound of the monster's roar, the girl's scolding, and the thunderous sounds of battle came from behind them. These disciples scrambled on the steps, their hearts pounding with fear. Their sect master made it clear that she could only hold it off for a short while. If they were late in leaving and were caught up by the ink dragon again, each person would face the dreadful purple night in this passage without any chance to escape. Wouldn't that be a tragic death? At this moment, the girl, sweating profusely as she flew back and forth in the air, continued to fight against the ink dragon. She wielded the vermilion ring with extraordinary skill, teasing the monster incessantly, making it roar in frustration. But for a moment, it still couldn't overcome the girl's extremely agile movements. The girl obviously didn't use her full strength, only using one hand to manipulate the vermilion ring, while the other hand held a red fire spirit stone, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, trying to restore her own magical power. After a while, the girl felt that the time was almost up. She put away the fire spirit stone and took out a golden talisman. Without saying a word, she seized the opportunity while the ink dragon's attention was fully focused on the vermilion ring. With a wave of her hand, the talisman turned into a golden light and shot towards the monster. When it reached its body, the golden light suddenly split into countless thin golden threads, instantly binding the demon beast firmly, rendering it unable to move a single bit, causing the ink dragon to roar in rage once again. Seeing this, a hint of ridicule flashed in the girl's eyes. Then, with an unwilling glance at the golden box floating in the white jade pavilion, she gritted her teeth and flew towards the entrance of the passage. She was well aware that this mid-level binding talisman wouldn't hold the monster for long. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the treasures in that golden box, she would figure out a way to obtain them later. After landing, as she lifted her foot to step into the blue stone passage, a deafening, thunderous sound suddenly came from within the passage. The sound grew louder and louder, approaching closer and closer, making the girl feel uneasy. She hesitated and couldn't bring herself to step into the passage. A dazzling green light suddenly appeared in the passage, rushing towards her like a surging tide. Wherever it went, all the blue stone passages seemed to come alive, desperately squeezing towards the center, leaving no gap in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the girl, as if seeing a ghost, stepped back several steps in horror, shouting in disbelief. Little five elements Sumeru forbidden law. Then she stood there, pale-faced and bewildered, staring at the vanished entrance of the passage, her confident expression disappearing in an instant. At this moment, in the sky behind the girl, the golden threads on the ink dragon began to break inch by inch. The demon beast was about to break free from its restraint. When the girl turned around and saw this scene, her heart sank even further, as if she had fallen into an abyss without bottom. In the stone hall outside the passage, about a dozen disciples of the Concealed Moon sect stared at a white-clad woman. This woman was none other than the self-proclaimed Concealed Moon twin beauties, but at this moment, her face was pale, showing signs of confusion. Zhao Jr.'s sister, what did you just do? How did you make the entrance disappear by throwing a strange talisman in? Are you trying to harm Senior Master Nangong? These male and female disciples of the Concealed Moon sect questioned sharply, their faces filled with panic. This was no joking matter. If this Grandmaster really couldn't come out because of this, they would be in big trouble. When they returned, they would lose their cultivation at the very least, be expelled from the sect, or even lose their lives and suffer military punishment. The loss of a Foundation establishment cultivator meant a lot to a sect, and they understood this very well, which made them even more nervous. I didn't do much. I just pasted a small 5 elements talisman of intermediate grade at the entrance, hopping to activate it when the monster catches up and make it suffer. The white-clothed girl said anxiously. She was well aware that causing such trouble, even with strong backing, would be of no avail. The terrifying consequences of the girl not being able to leave made her feel cold all over. Enough nonsense. Let's try to see if we can open the passage and rescue Senior Master Nangong, an older male disciple said impatiently. As soon as these words were spoken, it reminded the disciples of the concealed moon sect to hurriedly bring out various colorful magical treasures. They surrounded the place that was supposed to be the passage, constantly smashing it in an attempt to break the prohibition and rescue the girl. Several hours later, in the underground world tens of yards below, the girl stared in amazement as a person suddenly appeared before her. This person was directing 7 golden blades to attack a ink dragon, while also holding a black iron shield to protect them from the dragon's breath. To her surprise, it was the mischievous little guy from the yellow Maple Valley, whom she had seen once before. This person had emerged just as her flight from the ink dragon's attacks was about to exhaust her magical powers, rescuing her from the dire situation. Han Li, struggling to fend off the ink dragon's attacks, glanced at the girl with a look of bitter amusement. Han Li had been leisurely watching the concealed moon sect's battle with the ink dragon, and even when the dragon advanced to a new form, he showed no panic apart from astonishment. However, when the girl attempted to retreat and the entrance to the Bluestone Passage suddenly disappeared, Han Li could no longer stay calm. The disappearance of the passage entrance meant that regardless of whether the girl or the monster won, he couldn't leave this place alive. This realization made Han Li panic. At this moment, the ink dragon, freed from its confinement, resumed its fight with the girl, clearly having the upper hand. Despite her continuous activation of various intermediate-grade talismans, the ink dragon, now with a new layer of skin, had defenses so strong that they were unbelievable. Whether it was the talisman spraying flames to burn the dragon or directly using the talisman itself to strike, it couldn't inflict significant damage. At most, it caused some scorching or bruising, further enraging the dragon and driving it to chase the girl more fiercely, even pushing her into desperate situations several times. However, the abundance of intermediate-grade talismans carried by this concealed moon sect elder also widened Han Li's horizons. All sorts of rare talismans like Earth Escape Talisman, Water Prison Talisman, and Firebird Talisman were displayed, allowing Han Li to see them all. Every time the girl was about to be injured by the monster, she would throw out a talisman that miraculously turned the tables. But unfortunately, the girl evidently didn't have talismans with great destructive power, so each time she could only barely protect herself. It seemed impossible to rely on talismans to injure the ink dragon. Watching the girl being pushed to the brink by the ink dragon, Han Li's internal struggle intensified. If the passage had been intact earlier, Han Li wouldn't have cared about the life or death of this concealed moon sect senior master. But now that the passage inexplicably disappeared, this place had become a dead end, and Han Li's mindset naturally changed drastically. After all, he had heard the senior master of the concealed moon sect call out something about a small 5 elements Vajra prohibition, indicating a thorough understanding of the prohibition causing the passage to disappear. So, the hope of escaping from underground now rested on this girl. He was completely ignorant of prohibitions and the like. This expert girl was now indispensable. However, Han Li didn't act recklessly. He was afraid that the girl still had some hidden means, so he waited until she was exhausted, her body covered in talismans, and her expression desperate before suddenly making a move to save her. The sudden appearance of Han Li surprised the girl greatly, but she also felt a bit annoyed. She could see through Han Li's intention to let her and the ink dragon fight until now before intervening. However, regardless of the situation, dealing with the increasingly fierce ink dragon was the top priority. After a brief rest, the girl silently urged her magical treasures to attack. As soon as Han Li and the ink dragon clashed, he secretly lamented. Just now, watching the girl fight this monster, he hadn't seen anything particularly formidable about it. But now that he was personally involved, he experienced the terrifying nature of this dragon firsthand. His golden cicada mother blade could be considered a top-quality magical treasure. But when the golden light approached the ink dragon, it was effortlessly knocked back over 10 yards by the dragon's claws and tail, without any chance of resistance. Even with multiple blades attacking together, only one or two could barely hit the ink dragon, leaving only a white mark and no other effect. Han Li was completely speechless. Moreover, Han Li dared not be the slightest bit careless in his attacks against the ink dragon. He not only blocked the dragon's claws and tail with his shield, but also defended against the occasional black water sprayed by the dragon with his shield. In this way, the shield that had saved Han Li several times before was corroded by the inconspicuous black water, and he didn't know how much longer it could hold up. If the power of this black water was already so dreadful, then the even more malicious purple liquid must be even more terrifying. It was no wonder that the disciples of the concealed moon sect died so decisively. Their magical treasures couldn't even play a role. Han Li and the ink dragon became increasingly alarmed as they fought, relying almost entirely on their agility to evade the monster's fierce attacks, as the golden blades were completely unable to stop it. No wonder the girl ordered all her disciples to leave this place. Apart from herself, who had exceptional agility, Han Li couldn't think of anyone else who could contend with this monster among the Qi refinement stage disciples. At this moment, the girl's vermilion bird ring arrived, greatly reducing the pressure on Han Li. After all, this circular magical treasure could still cause some pain to the ink dragon, making it hesitate. "You little guy, why have you been hiding there for so long? Why didn't you make a move earlier? If you had acted earlier, maybe I would have had a chance to severely injure this beast. The girl, while controlling her magical treasure to attack, angrily questioned Han Li. I was afraid you would steal the treasure and kill me. Han Li answered honestly, leaving the girl speechless for a moment. Han Li understood that despite the girl's apparent youth, she was undoubtedly old enough to be his grandmother in terms of her true age, so it was better to be a little more cautious. It was best to be straightforward about his intentions to ensure both sides could join forces against the enemy without hindrance. As for the difference in cultivation level and status between the opponent's foundation establishment expert and himself, Han Li pretended to be unaware. Anyway, with the opponent's current strength, they couldn't do anything to him. With the young girl's significant loss of power, Han Li no longer felt any fear. Youngster, with your young age and limited thoughts, aren't you afraid you won't live long? After a moment of frustration, the girl said. Han Li chuckled at her words, not bothering to argue, but he thought to himself, if my thoughts were any fewer, I'd probably have died several times already. What's there to talk about longevity? Seeing Han Li's silence, allowing her to speak as she pleased, the girl's anger subsided a bit, and she began to consider strategies against the enemy. Do you have any method to severely injure this ink dragon? If you do, speak up. Despite teaming up with Han Li for a while, the girl was still being chased around by the ink dragon without any chance to retaliate, so she couldn't help but ask. Well, I do have one, but it requires trapping the opponent for a short period, preventing it from moving. Han Li replied hastily while using his iron shield to block another spray from the ink dragon, jumping around to widen the distance between him and the beast. Good, I'll use up my remaining bit of power to trap it again for a moment. Hopefully, it'll be enough for you. But is your method reliable? The girl's eyes lit up upon hearing this, closely following behind the ink dragon chasing Han Li, angrily hitting its head with her vermilion bird ring, then asking eagerly. I have a powerful talisman that can definitely break through the ink dragon's defense, Han Li said confidently. He didn't believe that this monster could withstand a full-force blow from his golden light brick talisman. A talisman. The girl was delighted to hear this unexpected news. She never expected that the youngster from the Yellow Maple Valley could get his hands on such a rare item. Although she also had one or two talismans on her, they were nowhere near as powerful as her vermilion bird ring. Since the youngster was so confident, it seemed like it must be a talisman with pure destructive power, definitely a rare item. Now that she understood that Han Li's method was feasible, the girl immediately stopped in midair, executed the same method that once trapped the ink dragon, firmly ensnaring it with her vermilion bird ring, causing it to struggle in anger. Seeing this opportunity, Han Li immediately held up his flying shield in front of him, took out the golden light brick talisman, and sat cross-legged, ready to act. Under Han Li's control, the golden brick magical talisman revealed its true form after a moment, floating in midair as a shining golden brick about a foot long, radiating dazzling light. Meanwhile, the spiritual power within Han Li's body poured into the brick like a flood, continuously replenishing it. Before long, 1/3 of its power was absorbed. This made the golden light above his head even more dazzling, almost too bright to look at directly. The young woman, while fully restraining the ink dragon, watched Han Li closely. When she saw the golden brick appear, her previously unsettled heart finally calmed down. She knew Han Li hadn't lied. This magical talisman could indeed break through the defenses of demonic beasts. The ink dragon seemed to sense the danger. Its 2 claws tightly gripped the sides of the ring, struggling harder and making the vermilion bird ring in the girl's hand tremble slightly. Seeing this, the girl's expression changed, and she urgently called out to Han Li, "Hurry, it's about to break free." Upon hearing this, Han Li didn't hesitate. He pointed at the symbol above his head, and the golden brick immediately flew towards the ink dragon. In the middle of its flight, it suddenly grew larger, becoming like a small mountain, and fiercely slammed down on the ink dragon. The struggling ink dragon, realizing the dire situation, flashed a fierce light in its 2 green eyes. Opening its mouth, it once again sprayed the purple liquid that made Han Li wary, perfectly blocking the descending golden brick and preventing it from falling for the time being. Seeing this, both the girl and Han Li were shocked. Han Li could only stare helplessly since he had to control the golden brick, while the girl bit her lip and took out a yellow pearl from her bosom. With a toss, she threw it towards the ink dragon, which was still in deadlock with the golden brick. With a light pop, the pearl touched the ink dragon's head and immediately burst open. A small yellow mist immediately enveloped the dragon's head, causing it to roar in panic. Naturally, the purple liquid it was spraying stopped. With no purple liquid to resist, the golden brick, its light weakened, immediately fell and landed squarely on the ink dragon's head. It erupted with a deafening roar, and the dazzling golden light illuminated the entire underground world for a moment before dimming down to normal. Then it returned to its original size and turned back into a golden light, flying back to Han Li's side. In midair, only the nearly dying ink dragon remained. At this point, half of the ink dragon's head had been beaten to a pulp, with one eye completely burst out of its socket and the other constantly leaking blood. The whole ink dragon looked extremely miserable. It seemed that this demonic beast was not far from death. Seeing this, the girl was overjoyed. She quickly took out a small crystal bottle from her storage bag and muttered some words while pointing at the bottle. Several thin black airs shot out from the bottle's mouth and wrapped around the ink dragon's body. After a short while, a small green dragon, identical to the ink dragon in shape, was forcibly pulled out from its body by the black air, struggling desperately but gradually being pulled into the small bottle. After the girl closed the bottle, she carefully examined the mini ink dragon inside, unable to hide the smile on her face. Then, she glanced at the lifeless body of the ink dragon and fell into contemplation. Seeing the girl's actions, Han Li immediately understood that she had taken away the soul of the dragon. Although he didn't know what use the ink dragon's soul had, seeing the girl's jubilant expression, he knew it must be extremely valuable. At this moment, the girl reached out and retracted the vermilion bird ring into her body, and the ink dragon's body fell from midair, landing right in front of Han Li. Since I've taken the soul of this dragon, its body is yours. After all, we killed it together. The girl flew to Han Li's side and said generously. Han Li looked at the satisfied girl and then at the body of the ink dragon in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and muttered in his heart. Easy for you to say. Giving me this body, you probably think I have no way to deal with it. After all, you and he both know how tough this ink dragon's shell is. It seems like you want to see me make a fool of myself. Thinking this, Han Li's hand flashed with cold light, and a silver giant sword appeared in his hand. It was the powerful magic tool he obtained from the barefoot man. Without saying a word, Han Li fiercely slashed down with the sword. With a light pu kai, the silver sword actually pierced 3 inches into the ink dragon's body. Although it didn't penetrate much, it finally broke through the dragon's defense, leaving the girl beside him stunned with her mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a while. Seeing the girl's expression, Han Li couldn't help but smile and continued to wield the sword, ready to continue. Wait, let me see this sword. The girl, who had come to her senses, stared at the silver sword with astonishment and said slowly, causing Han Li to be taken aback. Why worry? As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, I've seen all kinds of treasures. It's just that your sword is a bit strange, and I'm curious. The girl, seeing Han Li hesitate, rolled her eyes at him impatiently and said. Although the girl looked young, the charm in her eyes made Han Li's heart race uncontrollably. This sword indeed has some issues. After I obtained it, for some reason, I couldn't control it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed when dealing with the ink dragon just now. Since the girl said so, Han Li could only reluctantly hand the sword to her and explain slowly. He didn't want to fall out with the girl now. After all, seeing how calmly she was facing this crisis, she must have a plan on how to get out of this place. And the girl seemed completely defenseless against him, indicating that she understood his intentions very well and wasn't afraid of him attacking secretly. Humph, it's indeed as you said. I, a cultivator in the core formation stage, have seen all kinds of treasures. I'm just curious about this sword because it's a bit peculiar. The girl took the sword from Han Li without hesitation and then returned a bit reluctantly. What's going on? Han Li couldn't help but ask when he saw that the girl seemed to have genuinely figured something out. It's nothing. This silver sword is so sharp because it contains silver essence, a material used in refining treasures when the sword was crafted. And there's quite a bit of it, enough to surpass the quality of ordinary treasures. The girl casually returned the sword to Han Li and said indifferently. Silver essence. Han Li was slightly stunned. It's hard to explain. Only cultivators at the core formation stage or above can understand. It's a precious material extracted from large quantities of pure silver using the true fire of a cultivator, and it's highly valuable. My vermilion bird ring also contains this substance, the girl said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but think to himself, I asked because I didn't know. If I knew, would I still need to ask? Although he understood the girl's reluctance to explain further, Han Li continued to pursue. Why can others make this sword fly to meet the enemy, but I can't wield it at all? Seeing Han Li's persistent inquiry, the girl felt slightly displeased, but still answered coldly. The original owner of this sword used a peculiar method to refine it, making it impossible for outsiders to use. Unless the sword is re-refined, it's useless to others. Han Li's expression turned unpleasant. He had high expectations for this sword, but if what the girl said was true, then it was all in vain. Useless? I don't think so. It's useful now, isn't it? After a moment of silence, Han Li suddenly spoke coldly. Then, without hesitation, he swung the silver sword fiercely, hacking at the ink dragon's body and instantly splitting it open. Seeing Han Li act so crudely like a butcher, the girl couldn't help but furrow her brows. She took a few steps back, distancing herself from Han Li. Then she said coldly, although this ink dragon has only evolved to the second stage, its body is valuable. Its skin can be used to refine excellent armor. Its horns and claws are the best materials for crafting top-grade treasures, and its residual blood is essential for refining some precious elixirs. For some reason, the girl explained in great detail, surprising Han Li and making him feel somewhat uneasy, wondering what the girl was planning. What a pity! If this ink dragon had evolved to the third stage, the dragon pearl in its head would have been highly sought after by many core formation cultivators, whether for refining medicine or crafting treasures. The girl suddenly sighed. Dragon pearl, what color is it? Is it this? Suddenly, Han Li pulled out a fist-sized red sphere from the ink dragon's abdomen, holding it in his hand and asking the surprised girl, what is this? Did you take it from the ink dragon? The girl, surprised, couldn't help but move closer to Han Li, carefully examining the sphere. It really looks like it. But this ink dragon has only evolved to the second stage. It's impossible for it to have a dragon pearl. Besides, ink dragons are water attribute demonic beasts, so their pearls should be blue. Let me touch it and see what's going on. After looking at it for a while, the girl couldn't resist anymore and took the soft sphere from Han Li's hand to touch it. But at that moment, with a pop, the sphere unexpectedly burst open on its own, enveloping both the girl and Han Li in a large pink smoke cloud. Han Li felt like he had just experienced a remarkably vivid and sensual dream. In the dream, he was entangled with a passionate woman whose face remained elusive. They tangled and embraced for what felt like an eternity, allowing him to taste the sweetness and tenderness of a woman for the first time. However, the woman seemed insatiable, always wanting more, drawing him deeper into a realm of affection from which he couldn't escape. But as good as the dream was, there came a moment of awakening. Han Li wasn't sure how much time had passed when he finally woke up from the passionate dream. But when he opened his eyes, he was met with an unmatched beauty and a pair of eyes as cold as snow. The face was both unfamiliar and familiar, causing Han Li's heart to skip a beat and sink. "You're awake." The woman, who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, said faintly, devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Han Li's spine. Realizing his own nakedness, Han Li felt a pang of embarrassment as he tightly embraced the equally unclothed woman. The woman's face flushed red at first, but then her brows furrowed, and her face became covered in frost as she coldly said, "Have you had enough? Withdraw your hands and release me immediately." Startled, Han Li instinctively withdrew his hands and released the woman. As soon as the stunning woman saw Han Li let go of her, she immediately propped herself up with one hand. However, as soon as her slender waist straightened, she let out a painful cry, her delicate features contorting. She swayed and fell back into Han Li's embrace, allowing him to once again experience the sensation of holding something soft and delicate. Han Li didn't consider himself a villain, but neither did he consider himself a gentleman. So when the woman once again initiated intimacy, Han Li, who was now fully awake, didn't hesitate to embrace her tightly and kiss her passionately, causing the woman's initial resistance to melt away. What followed was a natural progression of events. Han Li and the woman once again indulged in the intoxicating pleasure of intimacy without exchanging a single word. This experience was even more intoxicating and wild than their previous encounter. Now the stunning woman lay with her eyes closed, nestled against Han Li's chest, her cheeks flushed red, her bosom rising and falling unevenly, still not fully recovered from the intense excitement. Han Li held her with one arm while his other hand continued to caress her voluptuous curves, savoring the lingering taste of pleasure. After some time, the woman's breathing finally steadied, and her complexion returned to normal. She gently opened her eyes. This time, she didn't say a word to Han Li. Instead, she immediately pushed away his wandering hands, stood up with a cold expression, and walked towards a nearby storage pouch. Han Li was slightly surprised but hesitated for a moment before not stopping her. The woman retrieved a snow-white dress from the pouch and dressed herself gracefully. Within moments, she transformed into an elegant and noble figure. Then, she turned to look at Han Li, and her expression froze for a moment. Because Han Li had already stood behind her, dressed neatly, and was looking at her with admiration, which stirred something in her heart. "I am who I am, and you know it well. What happened between us was just a mistake. Let's just forget it as if it were a dream." The woman lightly brushed her hair and said indifferently, "I understand." Han Li replied calmly after a moment of silence. "If anyone finds out about what happened today, I will kill you." The stunning woman suddenly threatened coldly. "I will keep silent. If any rumors spread, you can kill me," Han Li replied with a faint smile. HMPH. As long as you know. The woman's mood didn't improve even though Han Li agreed. In fact, she seemed even more annoyed. After saying this, they fell into a silent stalemate, neither of them speaking another word. Although the woman was a foundation establishment cultivator, she had spent her entire life in cultivation and was no different from an ordinary girl when it came to matters between men and women. So, although she subconsciously forced Han-Li not to disclose what happened, she felt restless and didn't know how to face the situation. Han-Li wasn't much better than the woman. He had never imagined that the woman with whom he had his first intimate encounter would be a foundation establishment female cultivator, let alone such an extraordinary beauty. The disparity between her and the gentle and virtuous women he had imagined was like night and day, leaving him bitterly amused. He wondered if this encounter was a blessing or a curse. But regardless, Han-Li could see that the woman hadn't harbored any murderous intentions towards him for now, which relieved him. He couldn't help but feel some affection towards this unexpected companion who had become his partner in this forbidden realm. But it was only affection. If she turned hostile, Han-Li knew he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. What exactly is that sphere, and how did it make us? Han-Li began, but then hesitated, unable to continue. However, he believed the woman would understand his meaning. That's the lust pouch of the ink dragon. I didn't expect that beast to be a rare male dragon, and I momentarily forgot about it. The pouch contains aphrodisiac mist, which is released upon contact with any female, the woman explained, her face flushing slightly as she remembered the incident that caused the pouch to burst. I see, Han-Li responded, finally understanding. The mystery in his mind unraveled. Why do you look different now compared to before? Han-Li asked, but then stopped himself. I practice a unique cultivation technique called the virgin rebirth technique. Although it's marvelous and can preserve one's youth, it undergoes a cycle every few decades. When the technique cycles, one reverts to a youthful appearance. But after what happened between us, the technique was temporarily disrupted, causing me to age a bit, the woman explained calmly, giving Han-Li a simple explanation. Are you okay? Han-Li couldn't help but ask, although he didn't know why. I'm fine. My cultivation technique has reached maturity. Even if I lost my virginity to you, it only resulted in the loss of 5 or 6 years of cultivation, which is nothing to me. The woman replied coldly, her face showing a hint of complexity as she glanced at Han-Li. Han-Li fell silent upon hearing this, realizing that the woman still harbored some resentment towards him for taking her virginity. He could only face her speechlessly. The woman, indeed, felt extremely aggrieved. She had just stolen a few glances at him, confirming that this disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley was nothing special in terms of appearance or talent. He was utterly ordinary, with nothing remarkable about him. Yet, she had become intimate with him, and this stark contrast made her feel extremely frustrated. But if she were to kill him to vent her anger, she felt somewhat reluctant. After all, he was the man who took her virginity, and she couldn't help but feel something strange towards him. This mix of emotions made her both angry and resentful towards Han-Li. What time is it now? Hasn't the deadline for leaving this place passed? Han Li suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but blurt it out. The woman, who was originally unsettled, was also startled by his words, but she quickly regained her composure. Calmly, she replied, "It hasn't been that long. The aphrodisiac mist from the ink dragon contains very few sedative components. We were unconscious for at most 5 or 6 hours. But if we're going to leave, we need to prepare immediately. This forbidden place is not easy to leave," the woman frowned and said. "However, before that, I'll take this golden treasure chest. Do you have any objections?" The woman looked at Han Li coldly, her lips slightly parted. Han Li sighed bitterly upon hearing this. Although he couldn't sense the depth of the woman's cultivation at the moment, it was certain that her cultivation was above the foundation establishment stage. How could he dare to compete with her for treasures? Seeing Han Li remain silent, the woman smirked and flew towards the white jade pavilion. She smoothly stowed the golden chest into her storage pouch and then flew back to Han Li's side. "What about those spirit herbs?" Han Li asked, puzzled as he noticed that the woman hadn't picked any of the spirit herbs. "I don't need them at all. If you like them, just take them." The woman glanced at Han Li and said impatiently. Han Li was delighted to hear this. He had been worried about not being able to turn in many spirit herbs to his sect after leaving the forbidden area, fearing it would arouse suspicion. So, without any hesitation, he immediately rushed over and collected dozens of spirit herbs. The woman stood in place, watching Han Li's actions with cold eyes, without saying a word. After Han Li finished picking the herbs and returned, she solemnly said, "We need to break the prohibition and leave this place. This is a task that requires both of us to work together. Neither of us can leave this place alive without the other." Inside the main hall of the surface stone palace, the rumbling sound continued incessantly. The disciples of the concealed moon sect were still using their magical instruments to pound on a large pit several zhang deep. However, no matter what magical instrument was used to strike the pit, only small pieces of rubble, about an inch in size, were knocked loose, leaving everyone increasingly disheartened. After several hours, all the male and female disciples sat blankly on the ground, staring silently at the large pit, their faces full of despair. At this point, they had lost all confidence in rescuing their sect leader. Everyone began to consider the dreadful consequences of losing their sect leader and started to think about their own escape routes. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside the stone palace, followed by a trembling of the ground, as if an earthquake had occurred. This caught the disciples off guard. What's going on? The disciples looked at each other in confusion, and 2 male disciples immediately hurried out of the stone hall to investigate. Sect leader. Soon, the excited voices of the 2 disciples came from outside the hall. Their voices were so loud that even the disciples still inside the hall could hear clearly, shocking them. They immediately rushed out in a flurry. Several zhang away from the entrance of the hall, there appeared a large hole with a diameter of about 10 zhang. Standing near the opening was a stunning woman in white clothes, who appeared to be the older girl's sect leader. At this moment, the sect leader of the concealed moon sect was coldly gazing into the distance, with an indifferent expression on her face. She completely ignored the two male disciples standing behind her. This sight brought joy to the disciples, but it quickly dissipated like a splash of cold water, sobering them up. Could it be that the sect leader intends to investigate who triggered the prohibition? The disciples couldn't help but glance at the female disciple among the concealed moon twin beauties. The awakened woman turned pale with fear, trembling with apprehension. After gazing into the distance for a full quarter of an hour, the woman in white finally turned back, glanced at the disciples behind her, and ordered coldly, "Let's go." Han Li was swiftly leaping from one tree to another, his body as agile as a monkey, moving at a speed no slower than flying with a magical instrument, heading downhill. At present, his whole body was surging with spiritual power, possessing a cultivation level of 13 layers. This wonderful feeling of greatly increased power made Han Li somewhat addicted. However, these extra layers of spiritual power wouldn't last long, probably only a few hours. In order to escape from the underground swamp, the woman who had formed a connection with him used a certain secret technique to temporarily transfer her restricted spiritual power to Han Li, instantly elevating his cultivation from the 11th layer to the peak of foundation establishment stage. Then, with one person using the vermilion bird ring and the other using the golden light brick talisman, they forcibly opened a tunnel from underground to the surface. During this process, whenever Han Li's spiritual power was depleted, the woman silently transferred her power to him. As a result, when they emerged from underground, Han Li's golden light brick talisman had exhausted its power, becoming worthless, and the girl had also depleted 30 to 40 years of her cultivation, suffering significant losses. It could be said that this woman's virgin rebirth technique was truly unique. During the rebirth period, she could transfer the restricted spiritual power to another male, but couldn't lift the restriction or transfer it for her own use as a female, and the transferred power was also limited by the male's realm. Since Han Li was only at the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual power transferred to him was limited to the 13 layers of the basic cultivation technique, and he couldn't advance to the foundation building stage. Because Han Li had just received the woman's spiritual power when they broke through the final barrier to the surface, he was still able to maintain the power of 13 layers for a while, allowing him to experience this peculiar feeling a little longer. Snan Gongwen. Han Li murmured silently in his heart. This was the name he asked from the woman before they parted. But despite Han Li's reluctance, the woman's unwillingness to reveal her name made him feel a bit disheartened. He was fully aware that even if he reached the foundation building stage, it was impossible for him to have any further connection with her. After all, their lifespans and positions in the cultivation world were vastly different. Therefore, he could only reluctantly accept the woman's heartless departure. Han Li had a good sense of self-awareness, and knew that although he had some confidence in reaching the foundation building stage, he could only look up to the core formation stage for now. In such a large yellow maple valley, out of tens of thousands of cultivators, only a few reached the core formation stage, leaving Han Li with his mediocre aptitude without a shred of confidence. As Han Li was lost in thought, his expression suddenly darkened, and his figure disappeared in a whoosh. But moments later, he reappeared in the same spot, with an extra storage pouch in his hand. At the same time, the body of a headless Ling Beast mountain disciple fell from a nearby tree. Han Li glanced briefly at the contents of the storage pouch, shook his head lightly, and then leaped away. On the 5th afternoon after entering the forbidden area, the various sects who had been waiting outside finally took action. 7 core formation cultivators once again opened the entrance with some effort, then looked calmly at the dark passage, waiting for the first person to emerge. Obviously, breaking the prohibition this time was much easier than 5 days ago. Once the passage appeared, the 7 cultivators retrieved their magic treasures, and the passage remained stable, still leading directly to the forbidden area. The other 10 or so foundation establishment cultivators behind them appeared slightly nervous. After all, this was related to the allocation of foundation establishment pills next time, which was quite important to them as managers. As for the concealed moon sect's old madman Qiang, he appeared on a nearby large rock at some point, watching the scene with a smile. He was also very serious about this bet. Half an hour after the passage opened, a middle-aged Taoist priest walked out calmly. His Taoist robe was covered in dust, and there were several large holes and bloodstains on it, indicating that he had gone through a fierce battle before coming out. After the middle-aged Taoist priest came out, he bowed to the core formation cultivator from the Kingsu sect, and then sat quietly beside him. Seeing this, the core formation cultivator smiled slightly and nodded in approval. Sect leader Li remained calm, showing no expression. But old madman Qiang rolled his eyes, snorted dissatisfiedly. Next, disciples from the Hua Dao sect, Ling Beast Mountain, Tiank Pavilion, and the Chen siblings from the Yellow Maple Valley, among others, all walked out of the passage, more or less bearing wounds from battles. They approached the senior members of their respective sects and sat down to rest, their faces showing exhaustion. After about the time it took for a meal, a large group of disciples emerged, unlike the lone cultivators who came. Out earlier, they came out in pairs or groups of 3, and each had a different expression on their face. Some were jubilant, some were utterly dejected, and others wore expressions of luck. With this group, along with those who came out earlier, more than 20 disciples from the 7 sects had emerged. However, there was still no sign of anyone from the concealed moon sect, which surprised the disciples of the other 6 sects. But old madman Qiang, the fairy in the mist, and other members of the concealed moon sect remained unchanged, looking as confident as ever. Half an hour later, only 2 disciples from other sects came out of the passage. The people from the concealed moon sect were still nowhere to be seen, and there was only an hour left until the passage closed. At this point, old madman Kiang and the fairy in the mist couldn't sit still anymore, revealing their anxiety. This made sect leader Li and the Taoist secretly pleased. It seemed that something had indeed happened to the concealed moon sect. Seeing all this, Han Li, who had observed everything, furrowed his brows slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. He and Nangong Wan had escaped from the underground swamp together, so why hadn't anyone from the concealed moon sect arrived yet? He couldn't help but worry about the woman. Han Li suddenly remembered another girl he had encountered in the forbidden area, and couldn't help but glance in the direction of Ling Beast Mountain. He found Han Yunjai sitting quietly, her expression calm and serene, which relieved him. As the closing of the passage approached, the faces of the disciples from the concealed moon sect became increasingly grim. While the members of the other sects appeared to be worried about the disciples of the concealed moon sect on the surface, in reality, they were secretly delighted. After all, the concealed moon sect, as the largest sect in Yue country, had long been the target of envy. Having the opportunity to slightly weaken their strength was something they were more than happy to see. Whether these thoughts had any effect or not, when there was only a minute left before the passage closed, a white figure suddenly flashed in the passage, and a group of more than 10 disciples from the concealed moon sect walked out in formation. Leading them was the charming Nan Gongwen. Seeing them come out, Eldrick's expression improved slightly, but he still let out a long sigh. However, Fairy Nisheng couldn't help but rush over, grabbing Nan Gongwen's arm and asking with great concern. The worried look on her face was evident. This scene was seen by others, and the members of the other sects were puzzled. It was not surprising, as Nan Gongwen had always worn a veil when she met these cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage before, so they didn't know that the beautiful young woman before them was the fairy Nan Gong with whom they had crossed paths. Han Li was relieved to see the girls safely come out. After all, she was the first woman in his life with whom he had the potential for a union, and even though he knew it was impossible, he couldn't help but feel concerned. However, Patriarch Li and the Taoist had somewhat forced smiles on their faces. It was not surprising, as leaving aside how many spirit medicines the concealed moon sect had obtained, just the number of people who had walked out of the forbidden area alive exceeded the total number of their two sects. How could they not feel extremely frustrated? All right, it seems that all the disciples should have come out. Those who haven't come out. The person leading the group from Ling Beast Mountain cleared his throat and began to speak. But before he could finish, just as the passage was about to close, someone scrambled out of it again. It was unexpectedly Xiang Zhili from the Yellow Maple Valley. However, the burly swordsman and the young Taoist who had been working with him to gather herbs were nowhere to be seen. As soon as the old man climbed out of the passage, there was a tremor in the direction of the forbidden area. Then a flash of green light, and the passage shattered, disappearing without a trace. At this point, even if there were still people left in the forbidden area, there was only one way out, which was death. Because none of the disciples who didn't come out in time had ever appeared again when the forbidden area opened next time. They completely disappeared for unknown reasons, which was also the reason why others didn't dare to delay. However, it was quite unexpected that an 11th layer cultivator from the Yellow Maple Valley could escape with his life at the end, which surprised these high-level cultivators and made them scrutinize Xiang Zhili more closely. Brother Li, I didn't expect your sect to be full of talent. Not only can someone at the 11th layer walk out of the forbidden area alive, even a disciple at the 10th layer can survive. Your sect is truly remarkable in teaching its disciples. I admire it. A cultivator from the Giant Sword sect, seeing that only 2 people from his sect had come out of the forbidden area, and even the highly anticipated barefooted man hadn't come out, while the Yellow Maple Valley had even managed to save 2 low-level disciples, couldn't help feeling extremely frustrated and sarcastic. Patriarch Li's expression darkened when he heard this. He also believed that Han Li and Xiang Zhili had always been scheming and shirking. He couldn't help but glare at the old cunning man, but he still had to defend the 2 of them. These juniors have shallow cultivation bases, and it's their good fortune to survive. As for what methods they used, as elders, we don't need to blame them anymore. Humph. The expert from the Giant Sword sect, seeing Patriarch Li pretending to be virtuous like this, felt very displeased, and when he wanted to say something more, Eldrick couldn't help but interrupt. What's the point of arguing between you 2? Since people can survive, it's the ability of the younger generation. Do you still need me, an old man, to wait here for a long time knowing everything? This old man obviously looked like he was pretending to be older than he really was, but the people from the Giant Sword sect and Patriarch Li didn't dare to make him unhappy. They just looked at each other and chuckled, bypassing the matter. Otherwise, if they were resented by this old monster, wouldn't it be a big disaster? So, at Eldrick's call, Taoist Fianzi from the Clear Void Valley and Patriarch Li could only reluctantly come together. Then they let the disciples who came out of the forbidden area from the 3 sects show their harvest one by one to judge the outcome of the bet. The Taoist from the Clear Void Valley who came out of the forbidden area this time only had 4 people. However, when the middle-aged Taoist who came out first showed his spirit medicines, everyone's expression changed slightly. 100-year-old blood orchid, 300-year-old heavenly spirit fruits, 3 400-year-old jade marrow mushrooms. The Taoist continued to place 11 or 12 spirit medicines on the ground one by one. The large number of them astonished everyone who watched, and only Taoist Fianzi smiled contentedly, seeming very satisfied with the surprised expressions of others. However, the offerings from the Yellow Maple Valley's old man and the male disciple from the Concealed Moon sect were far inferior to this, with only a few spirit medicines each. Next, the collection of the second Taoist from the Clear Void Valley was not as exaggerated, but there were still 7 or 8 spirit medicines, which was much more than the normal harvest. This made Patriarch Li somewhat uneasy, and Elderk's playful expression also disappeared, becoming serious for the first time. The other 4 experts from the other sects naturally came forward to watch when they heard about the bet. Seeing this scene, they were all secretly amazed. But when it was the turn of the Chen siblings to show their spirit medicines, Patriarch Li was somewhat relieved because the total harvest of the 2 of them was close to 20 spirit medicines, which was almost the same as the 2 Taoists. As for the harvest of the disciple below the Taoist from the clear void valley, it was finally normal, with only 4 spirit medicines. As for the people from the concealed moon sect, they still maintained an ordinary level of harvest, with each of the 3 people having less than 5 spirit medicines, which relieved both the Taoist and Patriarch Li. However, when the next young man from the Yellow Maple Valley came forward to present his spirit medicines, he hesitated for a moment and shamefully only took out 3 spirit medicines. This made Patriarch Li's nose almost crooked with anger, almost cursing out loud. Because he didn't expect Han Li and the old cunning man to contribute anything. According to the order, it should have been Han Li's turn, but who knew that Xiang Zhili, with a single stride, would unexpectedly rush ahead of Han Li and respectfully take out 2 purple monkey flowers. This surprised Patriarch Li greatly, and his face immediately looked somewhat better, but it was only somewhat. Because although the number of spirit medicines presented before him was 1 or 2 more than that of the Clear Void Valley, as long as the last person from the Clear Void Valley presented a number of spirit medicines around the normal level, he would lose. He didn't expect Han Li to contribute much, thinking that Han Li would at most be like the old cunning man, presenting 2 or 3 spirit medicines, which was already good enough for these low-level disciples to fulfill their duties. Thinking of this, Patriarch Li couldn't help but glance at Taoist Fianzi, only to see that he was pretending to be restless, just looking at him. The 2 of them froze for a moment before immediately turning their gazes away, continuing to focus on the wager. When the last Taoist came forward, he was an old man with white hair. After he came forward, he took his time to take out the spirit medicines one by one. The slow and leisurely pace made everyone roll their eyes. But when he had displayed 5 spirit medicines in a row and was about to reach into his storage bag, Patriarch Li's face immediately darkened, and Taoist Fianzi's smile turned into a frown. As for the people from the concealed moon sect, both of them were too busy to inquire about it. Unexpectedly, this white-haired Taoist unexpectedly contributed 7 spirit medicines in a row, which surprised everyone who watched. When Patriarch Li saw this, his face had turned extremely gloomy, while the Taoist was excitedly shifting his gaze, starting to pay attention to the disciples of the concealed moon sect, thinking that the victory was already decided in favor of the Yellow Maple Valley. At this moment, Han Li walked up. The others just glanced at him indifferently and all looked towards the concealed moon sect, completely ignoring him. Patriarch Li also saw this scene, but he also didn't look at Han Li. He thought that he had no chance to turn things around now, and this 11th-layer disciple coming up was just making a fool of himself. Naturally, he wouldn't give Han Li a good face anymore. Han Li ignored the actions of others and didn't have any thoughts of withholding mature spirit medicines or offering fewer than expected. Because each of the two stewards leading the teams from the other sects carried a sense-sensing spirit beast. These strange beasts, similar to squirrels, could sniff out any spirit medicine hidden within 3 zhang, even if it was in a storage bag. So every time a disciple came out of the forbidden area, after handing over the spirit medicines, they had to be sniffed by these little beasts before they could leave, to prevent any malicious disciples from concealing spirit medicines. Han Li walked to the designated place, holding a storage bag that had long been prepared in his hand, and then unceremoniously emptied it. After a flash of white light, a large pile of more than 20 spirit medicines of various colors filled the ground. Look at that. What's this? I can't believe it. Suddenly, a pile of spirit medicines appeared on the ground, and a few sharp-eyed people exclaimed in surprise. These exclamations immediately attracted the attention of others, including Patriarch Li and Taoist Fianzi. However, when the two of them saw the spirit medicines under Han Li's feet clearly, the Taoist's smiling expression froze, while Patriarch Li, after a moment of stunned silence, burst into delighted laughter. This unexpected windfall made him ecstatic. Once Patriarch Li realized his lack of composure and stopped laughing, he carefully scrutinized Han Li with a smile in his eyes, finding him more and more pleasing. On the other hand, the Taoist's face turned livid, still unable to believe his defeat. His gaze towards Han Li was naturally full of hostility. "Brother, what are you doing? Are you going to make trouble for a junior?" After seeing the expression on Taoist Fianzi's face, Patriarch Li snorted and stepped forward, wearing a stern expression. Having just achieved a great merit for him, Patriarch Li naturally couldn't allow this junior to be intimidated by Taoist Fianzi in front of so many people. Otherwise, he would lose all face. Seeing Patriarch Li's reaction, the Taoist realized that it was inappropriate for him, with his status, to scrutinize a foundation establishment stage disciple like this. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, trying to downplay his actions, and smiled reluctantly at Patriarch Li. "Brother Li, you've misunderstood. I just find it incredible that a junior like this can gather so many spirit medicines. I just wanted to take a closer look." The Taoist tried to appear nonchalant, but the thought of the bloodline Jiao's inner core made him feel like he was bleeding internally. He couldn't regain his composure. Patriarch Li chuckled twice without commenting further. He didn't want to provoke the Taoist further, especially now that he had won the bet. However, he was also puzzled by Han Li's ability to gather so many spirit medicines. But he didn't want to inquire further in front of the representatives of other sects. Instead, he chose to ignore it. He was too focused on winning the bet to care about these trivial matters. As long as he won, he didn't care how Han Li obtained the spirit medicines. The Taoist, understanding Patriarch Li's thoughts, felt annoyed and pained. As an eliminated participant, He continued to watch the outcome between Patriarch Li and the eccentric old man. However, the old man's expression was no better than the Taoists. The spirit medicines presented by the later disciples of the concealed moon sect were all ordinary, making him unable to smile. Just when Patriarch Li was feeling triumphant, the situation suddenly changed. The last few disciples of the concealed moon sect handed in a surprisingly large number of spirit medicines, surpassing the total of the Clear Void Valley and Yellow Maple Valley by 5 or 6. They unexpectedly won the final bet. This turn of events stunned Patriarch Li, but the old man breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Hand it over, hand it over. Give me that bloodline Jiao's inner core. I happen to want to refine a good medicine, and this inner core would make an excellent catalyst. The old man, without any politeness, demanded the wager from Taoist Fianzi on the spot. Taoist Fianzi forced a smile and opened his mouth as if to say something, but hesitated and remained silent. Seeing this, the old man narrowed his eyes, becoming displeased. What's the matter? The renowned Taoist Fianzi of the Clear Void Valley, trying to renege on the deal. Reneging? Do you think I, Taoist Fianzi, would renege on your wager? Taoist Fianzi didn't really want to go back on his word and keep the inner core. It was just that this precious item made him extremely reluctant. However, under the old man's questioning gaze, he blushed and reluctantly tossed a white spherical object to the old man, then turned his head away, unable to look. The spherical object was the bloodline Jiao's inner core. The old man caught the inner core and examined it carefully. Although he smiled, he muttered under his breath, "Seems like the quality isn't very good. The spiritual energy is lacking. It'll have to do." This comment made Taoist Fianzi's face flush red, nearly causing him to collapse from anger. He quickly distanced himself from the old man to avoid losing his composure completely. "Brother Li, you. Within 20 years, I'll have someone deliver 2 pieces of iron essence to you." Patriarch Li responded promptly, not letting the old man finish his sentence, and offered compensation. He, Brother Li is indeed generous. Then I have nothing more to say." The old man nodded in satisfaction and swaggered back to the concealed moon sect's side. This twist in the wager left the onlookers from other sects astonished. They couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude at the fate of Patriarch Li and Taoist Fianzi. After all, who told them to bet against this old man? In any case, the trip to the forbidden area ended here. After the leaders of each sect collected the spirit medicines from their disciples and had them inspected by the sense-sensing spirit beasts, they bid farewell and began to leave one after another. The members of the concealed moon sect were the first to leave. After exchanging pleasantries with the members of other sects and boarding the heavenly moon divine ship, Han Li couldn't help but look towards Nan Gongwen. However, she didn't glance at him from the moment she boarded the ship until they left, leaving Han Li feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, Han Li was resilient and quickly regained his composure, continuing to watch the departure of the other sects. When Han Yunjai, accompanied by Ling Beast Mountain's members, left and glanced at him. Smiling kindly, Han Li felt a warmth in his heart. As a semi-host, the Yellow Maple Valley naturally left last. So, after the other 7 sects departed, only the members of the Yellow Maple Valley remained at the entrance of the forbidden area. However, Patriarch Li did not immediately lead the group to leave. Instead, he looked up at the forbidden area in silence. The others understood that Patriarch Li had just lost the bet and was in a bad mood, so no one dared to urge him to leave. They simply waited behind him. Half an hour later, Patriarch Li seemed to be in a slightly better mood. Although he didn't turn around, he finally spoke, addressing Han Li. The disciple who handed in the most spirit medicines. What's his name? And how long has he been in the sect? Upon hearing this, the others showed envy. Being noticed by this patriarch would surely bring great benefits in the future. Han Li was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the other members of the Yellow Maple Valley were initially shocked by Patriarch Li's words, but then fixed their gaze on Han Li, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was it too unbelievable? Did they mishear? This patriarch, who was so esteemed, was actually considering accepting this person as a disciple. This person, whose cultivation and aptitude were so ordinary, didn't seem outstanding in any way. How could he catch the patriarch's attention? Normally, being accepted as a disciple by a foundation establishment stage cultivator would be an unimaginable stroke of luck for a low-level cultivator. However, after hearing these words, Han Li, amidst his astonishment, subconsciously sensed that something was amiss. With his aptitude and cultivation technique, such good fortune would never fall upon him. As for the claim that Patriarch Li wanted to reward him for his great contribution to the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li found it hard to believe. If Patriarch Li had won the bet and decided to accept him as a disciple in a fit of joy, there might have been some sincerity in it. But since they had lost miserably and still wanted to take him as a disciple, it was perplexing. While Han Li was lost in thought, Patriarch Li's expression turned displeased. He had expected Han Li to be overjoyed and eagerly accept the offer after he expressed his willingness to take him as a disciple. However, Han Li stood there dumbfounded, showing no immediate response, which irritated him slightly. Nevertheless, Patriarch Li maintained his composure, speaking calmly. Han Li, if you're unwilling to become my disciple, just say so. I won't force you. I can offer you a few more spiritual tools as compensation if you decline. Han Li realized that Patriarch Li's words sounded nice, but were likely insincere. Nonetheless, he knew better than to offend this patriarch. He understood the consequences of offending such a figure without needing to think deeply about it. Moreover, as a Qi condensation stage disciple, rejecting the offer of a foundation establishment stage cultivator was highly irregular and could lead to more trouble. With these thoughts in mind, he gritted his teeth and decided to go along with it, at least for the time being. He couldn't afford to provoke Patriarch Li further. I am honored to become your disciple, Master. I was just too overwhelmed with joy earlier and forgot to speak. Please forgive me, Han Li said, his face flushing with embarrassment as if he had just snapped out of his excitement, and he spoke with an eager tone. Then, Han Li respectfully performed the ceremony to formally accept Patriarch Li as his master. Very good. From today onwards, you are my disciple, Han Li. Consider this jade green saber as a gift from your master. Patriarch Li's face beamed with satisfaction as he handed Han Li a jade green long saber, which gleamed with spiritual light, indicating its top-quality craftsmanship. Han Li received the saber with both hands, bowing respectfully again to show his respect, and then stood there seemingly overwhelmed with joy. The other disciples around them watched in disbelief, their eyes filled with envy. They wished they were in Han Li's shoes, receiving such a generous gift from Patriarch Li. Although Han Li couldn't read their minds, the burning gazes directed at him made him feel a bit awkward. If it were possible, he wished Patriarch Li had chosen someone else instead of him. After all, he had learned his lesson from his previous master, Dr. Mo Now, having attracted the attention of another master who seemed to have ulterior motives. Han Li couldn't help but feel speechless. In a few days, when you successfully reach the foundation establishment stage, I will personally take you under my wing as my formal disciple. If you fail to reach the foundation establishment stage, don't worry. I will still offer guidance in your cultivation techniques. Patriarch Li instructed Han Li. Yes, Master. Han Li replied without any objections, obediently accepting his new role. Now it's getting late. Let's return to the yellow maple valley, Patriarch Li said, glancing at the sky. Afterwards, everyone mounted Patriarch Li's silver-armored horn python again and flew for several days before returning to the yellow maple valley. As soon as they entered the valley, Patriarch Li, accompanied by 2 stewards, headed to the main hall for discussions. The others dispersed to their residences, awaiting their rewards in a few days. Inside a thatched cottage in the 100-herb garden of the yellow maple valley, Old Man Ma widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Han Li, as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered incessantly, "This is impossible. Not only did you not die, but you also found a loophole in the forbidden area, handed in more than 20 spirit medicines, and were accepted as a named disciple by Patriarch Li. Yes, Old Man Ma, isn't it an incredible stroke of luck for me?" Han Li sat opposite the old man, pretending to be proud, as if he had just realized his own greatness. Old Man Ma, upon hearing Han Li's words, regained his composure but looked at Han Li with a strange expression, making Han Li feel uneasy, unsure of the old man's intentions. "Han boy, you really made quite a harvest in the forbidden area this time, far beyond my expectations." Old Man Ma sighed and said. "I didn't expect it either," Han Li replied casually. "But do you know the real reason Patriarch Li accepted you as his named disciple?" The next words from Old Man Ma were filled with regret, which surprised Han Li, but also made him happy. However, he restrained his excitement and pretended to be surprised. Old Man Ma, is there any other reason for Patriarch Li accepting disciples? Ha ha ha, Han Jr., you're not too dull. You've hit the nail on the head quite quickly. Indeed, it's because of Patriarch Li that you were accepted as his disciple. Old Man Ma nodded approvingly and explained. We have an unwritten rule in our sect that when there is a clear master-disciple relationship, the master has the right to take half of the disciple's offerings to the sect as a thank you gift. Of course, this only applies once and won't happen again. And the spirit medicines you collected in the forbidden area count as offerings to the sect. So, from what I estimate, Patriarch Li accepted you as his disciple mainly because of the thank you gift you handed in. Since only half of it will go to the sect, your reward will naturally be halved as well. Therefore, don't expect to receive 2 foundation establishment pills anymore. Old Man Ma explained carefully to Han Li. Han Li frowned slightly, but he didn't show any anger or dissatisfaction. He simply listened quietly, then sighed and said, So, Patriarch Li accepted me as his disciple mainly because of the spirit medicines I handed in. That's unexpected. There's no need to be too upset. Although you'll receive only 1 foundation establishment pill, being accepted as a named disciple by Patriarch Li is not bad. Consider this a form of insurance. With Patriarch Li's protection, few people in the sect would dare to bully you, even if you remain in the qi condensation stage. Although Patriarch Li isn't genuinely accepting you as his disciple, you still have his backing. Most ordinary disciples and stewards wouldn't dare to provoke you easily with his name behind you. Besides, I heard that Patriarch Li is quite protective. Old Man Ma said reassuringly. Han Li felt touched by Old Man Ma's words. Since the old man had given him 2 bottles of pills before he entered the forbidden area, he had already realized that the old man was cold on the outside but warm-hearted inside, with a genuinely good character. But now, with his current words, Han Li felt even more grateful. It seemed that Old Man Ma was someone worth befriending. Han Li thought so in his heart, but on the surface, he still pretended to be reluctantly persuaded by Old Man Ma's words, forcing a few awkward smiles and finally speaking up and chatting with him casually. Old Man Ma, seeing that Han Li seemed to have recovered from the blow, was quite happy and soon took his leave. The 100-herb garden was returned to Han Li as before. Although the journey to the Forbidden Land lasted only about 10 days, Han Li felt as if years had passed. Thus, lying in the bed of the 100-herbs garden, he felt extremely warm and nostalgic. This life-threatening journey finally secured his life, and he perfectly achieved his goal. Now, he peacefully drifted into slumber, sleeping soundly and innocently, as if all the struggles of the world had drifted away from him in that moment. Han Li slept until noon the next day. Upon waking up, Han Li was full of energy and immediately began to plan for the future. Naturally, the first thing he needed to do was to quickly ripen the 3 main medicinal herbs in his hands in order to preserve them. As for the arrangement of other auxiliary medicinal materials, it naturally had to be left until later. However, preparing everything was not something that could be done in a short time. According to Han Li's estimation, it would take at least several years to prepare everything properly before formally starting alchemy. So, with all the spiritual medicines in hand, Han Li was not in a hurry. Instead, he sorted through his other gains in the Forbidden Land. As a result, he obtained more than 10 mid-grade spirit stones, several hundred low-grade spirit stones, as well as a pile of spirit tools of various grades, several pieces of centipede demon beast shells, some materials from the ink dragon's body, a few pieces of discarded silver swords, and so on. However, besides these things, there were two items that caught Han Li's attention the most. One was a puppet holding a bow and arrow, and the other was a silver shining page of a book. This puppet was mainly carved from wood, with all its features vividly carved, and it was dressed in extremely realistic iron armor from head to toe. Even the long bow in its hand was made of bronze. This item was the top-grade magic weapon puppet archer that Han Li had obtained from the sect. After obtaining this magic weapon, Han Li had never used it. Because this magic weapon actually required the use of split consciousness technique, requiring a trace of divine consciousness to be infused into the puppet in order to manipulate it. However, this split consciousness technique, who would cultivate it before reaching the foundation establishment stage? It should be noted that only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage would have sufficient divine consciousness to support the pain of splitting consciousness. Otherwise, with the divine consciousness of a chi condensation stage cultivator, it was afraid that the split consciousness would not be successful, and the person would have completely collapsed and gone mad. And what cultivators often referred to as using divine consciousness to observe the surroundings and scan things was not truly splitting consciousness in the true sense, but just a skill of externalizing the original divine consciousness. However, after practicing the secret technique of split consciousness, it was equivalent to having one or even several extra consciousnesses, mainly used for controlling multiple artifacts with one person. The more split consciousnesses there were, the more artifacts could be manipulated simultaneously. It should be noted that disciples in the chi condensation stage, when facing enemies, could only use up to 2 artifacts at most. If there were more, they would not be able to control them freely. Otherwise, if anyone had 5 or 6 artifacts on them, they would just throw them all out when they encountered enemies. Even if it was ineffective, it could still make the opponent flustered for a while. Han Li played with this puppet in his hand for a while before putting it down, and then picked up the silver page to take a look. This silver page was the spoils of war that Han Li obtained from the barefooted man of the giant sword sect. It was covered with some strange patterns, looking very mysterious. Han Li pondered for a long time, but still couldn't understand anything, so he had to temporarily give up. In this way, in the days that followed, Han Li studied the silver page while waiting for news from the higher-ups to see if his reward had indeed been discounted, as the old man said. On the 4th afternoon, Senior brother Wang and another unfamiliar steward came to find Han Li, and they really only brought a foundation establishment pill as a reward. Moreover, their words were basically the same as those of the old man. It's just that the excuse for taking away the spiritual medicine from Senior Li was changed to be the filial duty of a disciple. Han Li listened, secretly sneered a few times, but on the surface he made no objection at all. This made the two stewards, who thought they would have to explain it with great effort, breathe a sigh of relief, and then smiled and left. After watching the two of them leave, Han Li smiled self-deprecatingly, and then put away the foundation establishment pill he had just obtained. Now was not the time to take the pill to break through. It was better to refine his own foundation establishment pill first, and then take them together. After all, until the pill was refined, Han Li could not focus on closed-door cultivation. In this way, time passed month by month. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Han Li's preparation work before alchemy finally came to an end. During this not-so-short period of time, a few things happened. During this period, junior sister Chen, after taking a foundation establishment pill as a reward and a year of hard cultivation, finally successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage 2 years ago. However, her elder brother was not so lucky. Even after taking his second foundation establishment pill in his life, he still failed to break through and remained outside the foundation establishment stage. It is said that the eldest son of the Chen family had completely lost confidence in the path of immortality and simply bid farewell to the sect, returning to the family to handle affairs. There was also another matter, which was that Han Li's reputation suddenly rose in the Yellow Maple Valley, and he became somewhat famous. The story of his good fortune in the Forbidden Land, obtaining numerous spiritual medicines, and being accepted as a named disciple by Senior Li, spread throughout the sect like wildfire in the first year after his return from the Forbidden Land, almost causing envy among other low-level disciples. It wasn't until the second year that this matter gradually subsided. However, during this period, there was also a little episode. The old man surnamed Yi, who had cheated him out of most of his belongings, suddenly sent someone to deliver all the things owed to him before, and even added a little extra. This made Han Li deeply feel the comfort of having a big tree to rely on, and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. It seems that his identity as a named disciple of Senior Li is quite useful sometimes. But speaking of this new master he had just accepted, Han Li really had nothing to say, except for sending a person who was also a named disciple to deliver a manual personally transcribed by him called King Yuan's Sword Art. There had been no news at all in these 3 years. It seemed that he had already forgotten about Han Li completely. Han Li was actually quite happy with the current situation, as he was now focused on refining foundation establishment pills and didn't want anyone to disturb him. But this semi-reclusive life finally came to an end today. 3 days ago, Han Li ripened the last required auxiliary spiritual medicine, and everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. After adjusting for several days, Han Li gathered all the ripened spiritual medicines and came to the Yue Lu Hall. The Yue Lu Hall was still the same as it was when Han Li came here several years ago. Of course, the guards of the teleportation array had been replaced by 2 other Foundation establishment cultivators. However, the same procedures and the same impatient attitude made Han Li secretly amused. But no matter what, he still entered the interior of the Yue Lu Hall smoothly. Following the unmarked passage, Han Li saw the ugly man he disliked very much, who was still sleeping soundly in the stone room. Han Li frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then reached out to take out a bell-shaped magic tool. Then he walked a few steps to the side of the ugly man, gently shook the bell next to his ear. The sound of the bell was nothing to Han Li's ears, but it made the ugly man jump up as if his butt was on fire, and he immediately jumped up, muttering unclearly. "What's the matter? Who's there? Huh, what are you doing?" The ugly man was obviously still in a daze, and for a while he did not treat Han Li rudely. Seeing this, Han Li didn't stand on ceremony either. He immediately raised the name of his new master. "I am under the tutelage of Senior Li Hueyuan, and I want to borrow the fire. Could you please open the door?" "Senior Li." The ugly man clearly had heard of this master's name and immediately jumped up, quickly claiming to be, and turned to walk towards the stone door. But after taking only 2 steps, he immediately thought of something, and then turned back to look at Han Li with a suspicious look. Han Li hesitated for a moment, then took out the manual that Li Hueyuan had sent to him and put it in front of the ugly man. There was Li Hueyuan's personally signed signature on it. Unexpectedly, not only did this ugly man know the name of Senior Li, but he also seemed to recognize the handwriting. After taking the book and looking at it for a moment, he respectfully returned it to Han Li and immediately put on a smile and said, "I wonder if Senior Brother is planning to refine tools or refine pills. I will arrange it for Senior Brother." Han Li had originally wanted to rely on the name of Li Hueyuan to see if he could get some special treatment in terms of fire, and seeing the other party take the initiative to speak, he immediately relaxed and said with a smile, "I intend to refine some pills, so I hope to arrange a fire room with stable and mild firepower. Please take care of it." Before coming here, Han Li had asked the old man about the general situation of the fire room. He knew that the rooms here were arranged for people to use the fire, so he said so. "This is easy to handle. I will arrange it for Senior Brother immediately. However, about the service fee." The ugly man seemed a little embarrassed. Han Li smiled slightly when he heard this, and then took out a mid-grade spirit stone, handing it to the ugly man, and said slowly, "As for how much should be paid, I will definitely pay according to the standard. Because the alchemy this time will take a long time, this mid-grade spirit stone is considered a deposit. We can settle the balance later." "Hee, all right, all right. I'll arrange it for Junior Brother right away." The ugly man was overjoyed when he saw that Han Li had given him a mid-grade spirit stone. It's worth noting that although the exchange rate of 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 100 low-grade spirit stones is the recognized rate in the cultivation world, in reality, very few people are willing to exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones. Because everyone knows that mid-grade spirit stones can absorb spiritual energy much faster than low-grade ones under the same conditions. Just based on this point, everyone wants to keep mid-grade spirit stones and naturally doesn't value low-grade ones much. Of course, the same applies to high-grade spirit stones when exchanged for mid-grade ones. After receiving the fire attribute spirit stone, the ugly man became even more attentive to Han Li. He immediately led Han Li to a huge, colorful stone door and took out a purple arrow-shaped object from his bosom, aiming it at the stone door and flashing it. A red light flashed on the purple arrow, shooting out a blush of light that accurately hit the door, causing the colorful lights to rotate rapidly. After a few loud noises, the stone door slowly rose, revealing a black passage behind it. The passage was about 10 feet high and square in shape. Junior brother, after passing through this stone passage, you will reach the room with the earth fire. Let's go now. The ugly man squeezed out a few smiles and said to Han Li, trying to please him. Han Li nodded, without expressing any opinion, and took the lead into the passage. Although this dockstone is not rare, it is not a common material in the secular world. Being able to find so much of it and use it to build passages and houses is the result of the efforts of several predecessors. However, it is mainly due to the unique property of the dockstone to withstand high temperatures and the strange nature of not being afraid of being melted by the earth fire. Since the opening of the land of earth fire, there has never been a major accident. The ugly man led the way while explaining. Han Li listened with great interest and couldn't help but reach out to touch the black stone wall on the side, feeling its smooth and cold texture. Where is this dockstone from? It's quite extraordinary to resist the earth fire, which is even more powerful than real fire. Han Li praised and casually asked. Well, although it's not too rare, it's not produced in our country of UA. Our ancestors brought it from a foreign country in the far west, which was quite troublesome. The ugly man explained. With that, Han Li followed behind the ugly man and passed through 2 more equally tall stone doors, finally emerging from the dockstone passage into a huge circular hall. The hall was also built of dockstone, with a diameter of about 40 to 50 feet and a height of more than 10 feet, which was shockingly large. Around the hall, 36 evenly distributed white stone doors of the same size were arranged, totaling more than 30. At this time, there was not a single figure in the hall, only the ugly man and Han Li who had just arrived. After Han Li looked around curiously, he heard the ugly man say with a smile, "This hall is directly below the gathering place of the most vigorous earth fire, so our sect has opened 36 earth fire rooms here for refining tools and pills. The best alchemy rooms are number 18 and 19. But number 18 has already been occupied by a senior brother, so junior brother can use room number 19. Although it's slightly inferior to room number 18, the firepower and stability are excellent. The ugly man led Han Li to a door painted with the words 19 in gold paint, grinning. Han Li nodded silently in agreement. Seeing this, the ugly man immediately took out a white jade card and stuck it on the door, and the white stone door opened automatically. Then, the ugly man and Han Li entered the room. The room was square in shape, with an area of about 7 or 8 zhang, but in the center of the room, there was a circular platform about a zhang wide. Each of the 4 walls also had a fist-sized gourd hanging on them, and in the corner not far away, there was an emerald green mat. The circular platform was also made of dockstone, flat and only about half a foot high. However, on the outer side of the circular platform, there were 8 mini dragon heads inlaid with fiery red colors, vividly lifelike. And the mouths of the dragon heads were slightly raised, aiming at the sky above the center of the circular platform, in a spitting posture, very realistic. After seeing the situation inside the room clearly, Han Li felt a little surprised. But before he could ask anything, the ugly man had already walked to the vicinity of the circular platform and took the initiative to explain to Han Li. Junior brother, this is the earth fire vent of this room. The earth fire needed for alchemy is emitted from these 8 dragon heads, and according to your needs, you can adjust the size and height of the flames yourself. The specific method of manipulation is carved on the outer wall of the platform. The ugly man pointed to the circular platform and explained. But then he pointed to the 4 gourds on the wall and said, "These gourds contain fire sand, which can temporarily enhance the power of the earth fire. If junior brother feels that the temperature of the earth fire is not enough, you can use this to temporarily increase the power, but the duration won't be too long. Also, please keep this white jade card. Once the door is closed, all contact with the outside world will be cut off. Unless several nascent soul stage cultivators work together, no one can enter from the outside, so junior brother can rest assured that no one will disturb you." Hearing this, Han Li was secretly delighted. Such a thoroughly sealed environment was exactly what he needed, and a few traces of joy appeared on his face. At this time, seeing that the explanation was almost done, the ugly man tactfully said goodbye and left. Han Li watched as the ugly man left the room, then immediately activated the jade card to seal the stone door again. Then, he walked excitedly to the circular platform and circled it several times, carefully examining the 8 lifelike dragon heads spewing flames. Over the past few years, Han Li had spent a lot of time studying the art of alchemy in preparation for this moment. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with the path of alchemy. He knew that the success or failure of alchemy mainly depended on the control of the heat during the process and the timing of opening the furnace to collect the pill. As for the proportion and quantity of the ingredients, it had already been clearly stated in the formula after countless experiments by his predecessors, so there was no need to consider them. Of course, it was possible to increase or decrease the number of pills produced accordingly. as long as the proportions were maintained. Increasing or decreasing the amount of ingredients was acceptable. But saying it was simple, doing it was extremely difficult. Accurately controlling the heat of the furnace and timing the opening of the furnace were two major challenges that had stumped many so-called alchemy masters. Even the most famous alchemy masters of the time had to admit that even if they personally intervened, the probability of successfully refining pills would not be too high, only about half at best. And this was for the pills they were most proficient in refining. So it was even more so for other ordinary alchemists. Therefore, whether the pill could be successfully refined depended entirely on the experience of the alchemist. The more experienced the alchemist was, the higher the probability of success. Therefore, alchemy and talisman making were the two most expensive and popular professions in the cultivation world. Han Li was well aware of these things and knew that as a rookie, it was pure fantasy to refine foundation establishment pills in one go. So he had planned from the beginning to refine them one by one. In this way, even if there were many failures in the beginning, he wouldn't be too distressed about the spiritual medicines. With the amount of spiritual medicines he had prepared, he could refine more than 100 pills, and he believed that with so many ingredients, it would be enough for him to accumulate experience. With his plan set, Han Li memorized the method of controlling the dragon heads. Then, he cast a series of spells, sending 8 red lights onto the dragon heads. The dragon heads immediately absorbed the red light and then slightly opened their mouths, each spewing out a purple flame the size of chopsticks. Suddenly, the air in the room was filled with intense heat, surprising Han Li. After that, Han Li tried to change the thickness of the flames and the height of their projection, as well as other subtle operations, until he was able to manipulate them freely, and then he extinguished the flames from the dragon heads. Then, he walked to the mat and sat down cross-legged to prepare himself. Han Li sat like this for most of the day, feeling that his mental and physical strength were at their peak before he opened his eyes and stood up, ready to start refining pills. Fortunately, Han Li had already reached the 10th layer of the bright yang divine arts, so he could fast without the need for food. Now, Han Li took out the silver cauldron he had bought that day from his storage bag and cast a levitation spell on it, causing it to hover in the air directly above the circular platform. This spell was specially cultivated by Han Li for today's task, and it had consumed quite a bit of time. Han Li once again sent red light to the dragon heads, releasing the purple earth fire from within them. Because there were no ingredients in the cauldron yet, Han Li controlled the earth fire to be very small, only as thin as a silk thread. Then, he let the silver cauldron start rotating slowly under the preheating of the 8 fire lines. After a quarter of an hour, the silver cauldron had already heated up, emitting astonishing heat. Seeing this, Han Li pointed at the small cauldron, and the lid of the silver cauldron immediately flew up, revealing the mouth of the cauldron. With a wave of his right hand, a white jade bottle appeared in his hand, containing precisely measured amounts of spiritual medicine powder. Controlling the small bottle, Han Li poured all the medicine powder into the silver cauldron, then immediately threw away the bottle and took out another one from his storage bag to repeat the same action. In this way, Han Li poured dozens of kinds of spiritual medicine powder into the silver cauldron and finally covered the lid again. The first step was finally completed without any mistakes, and everything seemed to be perfect. Under Han Li's control, the purple flames spewed by the 8 dragon heads gradually thickened to the size of fingers. However, the rotation speed of the silver silk cauldron slowed down, and it began to tremble slightly in the flames. As time passed, a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the small cauldron, invigorating the spirit. But Han Li knew that it was still early for pill formation. At the very least, he needed to use more intense earth fire for instantaneous pill condensation to occur. With this in mind, Han Li intensified the purple flames even more, reaching the thickness of a bowl mouth, enveloping the entire silver silk cauldron. From a distance, the small cauldron looked like a huge fireball, and the scent of medicine became even stronger. Without guessing, Han Li knew that the medicinal powder was starting to condense into pills, so he became more attentive. However, at this moment, a muffled explosion came from the cauldron. Though not loud, it made Han Li's heart sink, and his expression turned grim. After hesitating for a moment, Han Li sighed and stopped the earth fire. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the still-hot cauldron lid and took a look inside. Inside the cauldron were several pieces of shattered light blue solids, apparently failed pills. Shaking his head, Han Li took out a jade box and placed it on the ground. Then, he controlled the silver silk cauldron to pour the failed pills into the box before storing it away. Even though they were failed pills, they were still condensed from various spirit medicine powders, and Han Li couldn't bear to throw them away. Perhaps they could be of use in the future. After completing all this, Han Li returned to the meditation cushion and began meditating until the silver silk cauldron cooled down completely before starting alchemy again. The same steps, the same raw material powders, the same control of the fire, but unfortunately, he failed at the pill condensation step again this time. This time, Han Li's face showed no expression. After adjusting his state, he silently began another round. A month passed, and Ugly Han was surprised to see that Han Li had not emerged from the earthfire chamber yet. But more than anything, he was excited because this meant he could extract more fees. 2 months later, when the stone door of number 18 still hadn't opened, Ugly Han, amidst his joy, also felt greatly astonished. 3 months. 6 months later, there was still no sign of Han Li coming out. At this point, Ugly Han, who had long lost his excitement, was left with only a worried expression and a belly full of anxiety. Spending nearly half a year in seclusion for alchemy or artifact refining was not unheard of. Even longer periods, Ugly Han had seen several times. However, those who spent such a long time in the earthfire chamber were at least disciples of the foundation establishment stage or above. It was the first time Ugly Han had seen a chi condensation stage disciple, like Han Li spending so much time inside, solely for alchemy. Moreover, even foundation establishment stage disciples could only maintain fasting for a month during seclusion. Could this disciple of senior brother Li have brought food and drink with him, allowing him to persist until now? Ugly Han pondered with doubts. Inside the earthfire chamber, Han Li sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, looking at the 20 or so golden foundation building pills floating in front of him, his face showing a pensive expression. These pills were all the harvest of Han Li's countless efforts over the past half-year. Obtaining them was truly extremely difficult. Initially, Han Li failed to even condense the pills in the first 20 or so attempts. Looking at the countless failed pills, he felt extremely distressed and almost gave up, planning to go back and learn formal alchemy techniques from other alchemists, and then try again. Although this would undoubtedly waste a lot of time, it was better than wasting spirit medicine for nothing. However, just before leaving, Han Li inexplicably decided to refine once more. This time, like a divine intervention, the pills condensed successfully, and miraculously, he succeeded in retrieving them all in one go when opening the furnace, allowing him to obtain the first foundation-building pill he had refined by himself. This foundation-building pill, apart from being slightly smaller in size, was exactly the same as the original 3 pills. This greatly encouraged Han Li. With this success, Han Li gritted his teeth and dispelled the thought of leaving. He focused and continued. Surprisingly, with this successful experience, the probability of pill condensation increased dramatically. In 3 attempts, there was 1 success in pill condensation. Regarding the furnace opening, Han Li displayed an even more surprising talent. Over half of the pills could be retrieved successfully in one go, which was something he had never expected. During this period, when Han Li felt hungry, he would take a pellet of fasting pill obtained from the old man, which would allow him to endure for another month. This fasting pill was obtained by exchanging several 100-year-old herbs he had acquired from outside. Now, it came in handy. Thus, when the raw materials in Han Li's hands were almost exhausted, he obtained this astonishing batch of foundation-building pills, far exceeding his original expectations. Initially, he had heard about the difficulty of alchemy and thought that obtaining 7 or 8 pills would be very good. But now it seemed that opening the furnace and refining pills were not as exaggeratedly difficult as rumored in the cultivation world. Was it possible that those alchemists were misleading other cultivators? Or did he truly have a talent for alchemy? Han Li was a bit puzzled. In fact, Han Li had underestimated it. Alchemy was actually 3 times more difficult than what was spread outside. An alchemist of ordinary skill couldn't be cultivated without 2 or 3 decades of time and nearly astronomical wealth. And Han Li's current level of pill refinement in foundation building pills was already among the top among ordinary alchemists. The reason why such an incredible thing happened was all thanks to Han Li's uninterrupted refinement of the same kind of pills for nearly half a year. You see, even the wealthiest sects couldn't provide ample precious materials every day for an alchemist to refine the same pills continuously for half a year. This kind of thing might have some possibility if it happened with low-level pills. However, if it were low-level pills, there would be no need to specially cultivate and accumulate experience. After all, the raw materials were not expensive, and if the pills were failed, they could simply be refined again. Han Li didn't understand this, so naturally, he didn't figure it out. But after thinking about it for a while, he let it go. Because he suddenly had the urge to swallow a foundation-building pill and immediately attempt to break through foundation establishment on the spot. This idea was so strong that Han Li couldn't help but consider it seriously during his seclusion in the Earthfire chamber. 11 months later, the stone door of the Earthfire chamber where Han Li was located remained tightly closed, showing no sign of opening. On this day, Ugly Han stared blankly at the number 19 stone door, his face full of worry. At this point, he was certain that something must have happened to Han Li inside. Otherwise, even foundation establishment cultivators should have come out by now. He wasn't worried about Han Li as a person, but he was truly afraid that senior brother Li would vent his anger on him if something happened to his disciple. Although he was a close relative of Elder Zhang, and by virtue of this, he could manage this place, Ugly Han knew very well that if senior brother Li became angry about this backing wouldn't stand up for him. Just as Ugly Han was filled with worries, suddenly the stone door in front of him flashed with white light and then silently opened. A person with a face full of joy walked out from inside. It was Han Li, who had been inside for nearly a year. Ugly Han, who took a while to react, was suddenly both surprised and delighted. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, complaining as he approached, "Junior brother, why did you just come out now? If you didn't come out soon, I would have. Hey, you." Just as Ugly Han had spoken a few words, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Han Li with his mouth agape, speechless. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with me?" Han Li looked at Ugly Han, his face flickering with light, and said with a smile, "Why, your cultivation technique. How did I? Is it possible? You've reached foundation establishment." It took Ugly Han a long time to come to his senses, his face filled with confusion and fear, finally stammering out, "Yes, after refining the pills, I felt that the environment here was good, so I took a foundation building pill and went into seclusion. As a result, I successfully broke through, and I am now indeed a foundation establishment cultivator," Han Li said nonchalantly after seeing the other party's questioning look, stretching lazily and speaking in a relaxed manner. "Foundation establishment here." Ugly Han looked at the Earthfire chamber behind Han Li, then glanced at Han Li again, still unable to believe it. Doing foundation establishment cultivation in the Earthfire chamber, which was specifically for alchemy and artifact refining, was something he had never heard of. But after moving his lips a few times, he still didn't say the question that was on the tip of his tongue. The other party was not only senior brother Lee's disciple, but also a Foundation establishment cultivator now. This status alone was something he, a chi condensation disciple, couldn't afford to provoke. How about it, is there a problem? Hanley glanced casually at the other party, saying unceremoniously. Instantly, the unique pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator emanated from him. Ugly Han, who was only a foot away from him, was immediately forced to retreat several steps, breaking out in a cold sweat. Of course not. There's no such unreasonable rule above. Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving Foundation establishment. Ugly Han, being very clever, immediately nodded and bowed with a smile, changing his address from junior brother to senior brother. Now that the other party had successfully reached Foundation establishment, he would be his senior from now on, so it was only right to be respectful. Ugly Han was actually very open-minded. He understood the principle of strength first in the cultivation world very thoroughly. Hanley saw the other party being so cautious that he felt embarrassed to confront him again. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of reprimanding him. After all, besides being a little rude to himself before, the ugly man hadn't done anything seriously wrong. With this in mind, Han Lee's expression softened, and he calmly said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After speaking, Han Lee left the place lightly. The ugly man watched Han Lee's disappearing figure for a long time before sighing heavily, muttering to himself, "It's really unreasonable." Others can easily break through to the Foundation establishment stage in the fire room. But why, despite finding a quiet room and a bunch of auxiliary elixirs, did I fail to break through? No wonder this person was accepted as a disciple by Senior Lee. It seems his aptitude must be extraordinary. The ugly man actually regarded Han Lee as a genius with extraordinary aptitude. If Han Lee heard this, he would probably smile bitterly. At this moment, Han Lee had already left the Yue Lu Palace. The two guards at the teleportation array were replaced by others. Otherwise, seeing Han Lee suddenly advance from the chi condensation stage to the Foundation establishment stage, they would probably be astonished. Han Lee controlled his flying magical treasure, slowly flying in the sky, feeling extremely relaxed, while recalling his experience of entering the Foundation establishment stage. 5 months ago, when Han Lee finished refining the Foundation establishment pill and carefully considered it, he thought it was indeed a good idea to undergo Foundation establishment in the fire room. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about someone suddenly barging in and interrupting his closed-door cultivation, causing him to give up halfway. Therefore, with his decision made, Han Lee first consumed one of the 3 Foundation establishment pills he had, then began to circulate his cultivation technique to dissolve the medicinal power. The onset of the Foundation establishment medicinal power was very rapid. After just a few hours, Han Lee felt a blazing fire burning in his danshan, while other parts of his body became extremely cold, creating a very distinct sensation of heat and cold. However, this sensation only lasted for a short while. The blazing fire in his dantian suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the other parts of his body returned to their normal temperature, leaving Han Li somewhat astonished. With a flash of doubt in his eyes, Han Li's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he firmly pressed his hands on his dantian, refusing to let go. Because at this moment, a severe pain like dozens of sharp knives stirring simultaneously suddenly emanated from his dantian. This caught Han Li off guard, and his face turned extremely pale, with sweat beads the size of soybeans falling incessantly along his jawline. His whole body bent into a bow shape in agony. While writhing in pain on the ground and cursing incessantly in his heart, Han Li wondered why no one had ever mentioned to him that taking a foundation establishment pill was so painful. But before he could finish cursing, the intense pain in his dantian suddenly erupted. This eruption turned into countless streams of heat, spreading throughout his body along his meridians, even penetrating into his bone marrow. But then, the heat immediately turned into unbearable itching, as if countless ants were crawling all over his body, making him wish to bang his head against the wall just to alleviate the pain. This torture, which almost drove Han Li crazy, lasted for the time it took to finish a meal before gradually subsiding. At this point, Han Li was able to barely stand up while leaning against the wall. By now, he was covered in sweat, with a strange gray substance all over his body, emitting an indescribable odor. But Han Li didn't care about all this. What he cared about was that his cultivation technique had advanced to the 12th level in one go, and he felt warm and comfortable all over, without any discomfort. Obviously, Han Li initially followed the process of others' foundation establishment step by step, and diligently absorbed the remaining medicinal power by meditating. However, Han Li soon discovered that the residual medicinal power in his body could only deepen his mana slightly, and would not further improve his physique in any way. With just one foundation establishment pill, no matter who undergoes bone washing and tendon changing, they wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to increase their mana, and wouldn't easily give up without properly absorbing all the medicinal power by diligently closing themselves off for 3 months. But Han Li was different. He still had a large batch of foundation establishment pills on hand, and he didn't care much about these residual medicinal powers. What he was concerned about was how many more times he had to undergo this physical improvement before he could step into the foundation establishment stage. After all, bone washing and tendon changing are the key to breaking through and successfully establishing a foundation. After several days of meditation, Han Li finally completely understood this point. Naturally, he didn't have the patience to wait for several months before taking the second foundation establishment pill. He believed that taking 2 foundation establishment pills in a row shouldn't cause any major problems. At most, the remaining medicinal power would be slightly increased, which was no big deal. After thinking it over several times, Han Li finally took the second foundation establishment pill without waiting for a few days. The same severe pain, the same itching sensation. Even though Han Li was prepared, he still suffered a lot. But Han Li felt that this time it seemed a bit lighter than the previous one. However, there were still many impurities coming out of his body, indicating that his aptitude was really not good enough. After taking 2 foundation establishment pills in succession, Han Li did not feel any discomfort in the residual medicinal power in his body. The warm feeling all over his body was slightly stronger, but it didn't hinder him in any way. Moreover, his mana skyrocketed to the 13th level, reaching the peak of the qi condensation stage. With this, Han Li was relieved. He continued to take 1 foundation establishment pill after another. Each pill had the same effect of washing the bones and changing the tendons, flushing out batch after batch of gray impurities from Han Li's body. But starting from the 3rd pill, Han Li clearly felt the bone-washing effect of the foundation establishment pill decreasing rapidly, and fewer impurities were expelled. However, at the same time, a strange change was happening in his mana. The originally gaseous mana gradually condensed and thickened after several pills, showing a tendency to transform into a liquid state. Even after taking the 7th foundation establishment pill, except for a small piece at the core of his danshan, Han Li's mana was no different from liquid. However, after taking the 7th pill, the residual medicinal power in Han Li's body finally reached a near saturation state. His whole body was no longer warm, but almost scorching hot, which made Han Li hesitate. He felt that he was close to the foundation establishment stage, but he was afraid that if he swallowed the 8th pill, he might trigger a major eruption of medicinal power and cause trouble. But Han Li also felt that he was getting closer to the foundation establishment stage, and it might just take 1 or 2 more pills. After some consideration, Han Li's desire to establish a foundation prevailed. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the 8th foundation establishment pill. However, as soon as the pill entered his stomach, the residual medicinal power that he could barely control burst out suddenly. Han Li's meridians heated up instantly, and he lost consciousness in a daze. When Han Li woke up in a daze with a burning sensation all over his body, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had successfully broken through during his unconsciousness and had entered the foundation establishment stage. Overjoyed, Han Li immediately wanted to get up in one leap to vent his excitement. But as soon as he straightened up, his whole body heated up again, and he fell to the ground once more, startling himself. It turned out that, although he had successfully established a foundation, the residual medicinal power from the 8 foundation establishment pills still filled his body without diminishing at all, posing a very dangerous situation. In this situation, he had to immediately circulate his technique and absorb these medicinal powers. Otherwise, there was always the possibility of another outbreak. Although Han Li understood how to resolve the crisis, he couldn't help but feel bitter and unable to be happy. Because besides the Azure Essence sword art, Han Li had no other cultivation techniques above the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this manual, given to him so casually by his new master, indicated the mediocrity of this technique. Furthermore, Han Li had flipped through this book several times and inquired about it from others. This sword art was indeed very ordinary. Almost every disciple at the foundation establishment stage in the Yellow Maple Valley cultivated it to the second or third layer, but no one had continued to cultivate beyond the third layer. Although Han Li hadn't asked clearly about the specific reasons, the mediocrity of this sword art was evident. But in the current situation, Han Li had no choice but to cultivate it, even if he didn't want to. Reluctantly, Han Li took out the Azure Essence sword art and spread it out in front of him, then sat cross-legged to cultivate according to the manual. This Azure Essence sword art had a total of 9 layers, and the first 3 layers could be cultivated by disciples at the Qi condensation stage. The middle 3 layers and the last 3 layers could only be cultivated by disciples at the foundation establishment stage and cultivators at the core formation stage. Moreover, after completing every 3 layers, one could use a unique skill exclusive to this sword art. After completing the first 3 layers, one could emit sword energy up to 10 meters long with just the palm of their hand, which was comparable to ordinary superior-grade magical artifacts in terms of power. After completing the middle 3 layers, one could instantly release a protective sword shield. Although its defensive power was similar to that of an ordinary intermediate-level defensive spell, this shield had a certain counterattack with sword energy. If someone attacked the shield indiscriminately, they would be automatically attacked by the sword energy released by the shield. As for the last 3 layers,